Hello and welcome to our coverage of Lewes Bonfire 2022. We're bringing you our live stream in video and in stereo audio on our YouTube channel at Rocket FM. A very warm welcome to you and thank you for joining us. It's Dino Bishop here with you and also
Helen Browning-Smith.
The very same, and thank you very much again, Helen, for having us at your place.
It's my absolute pleasure. I'm always happy to see you. And thank you, Dino, for coming all the way from Spain to host this evening.
I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
We thought at one point that you weren't coming and were casting around for a co-presenter, but thank goodness you came and saved the day.
Absolutely. I wouldn't miss this for the world. And it's wonderful to be able to share this experience with, Lewesians from around the world who are maybe now expats in other places. And for people who are big fans of Lewes Bonfire, we have the best seat in the house here. We're in a flat, your flat, Helen, above Barbican carpets, right in front of the War Memorial here in the heart of Lewes. And so for the next perhaps 4 hours, we'll be here bringing you our live stream coverage of the proceedings.
And as well as expat Lewesians and Bonfire fans, I'd like to welcome anybody who is watching the proceedings for the first time and perhaps had never heard about Lewes Bonfire until recently. I'm sure there are some of you out there, and I can assure you, you are in for an absolute treat. You're very welcome.
It's a wet evening this evening in Lewes, and so it's not a very comfortable night for those on the street. A Saturday night, when Bonfire falls on a Saturday, always makes it a challenge for people attending because, of course, it's a bit crowded, perhaps, but we've reduced the number of people who are able to visit the town because of the trains not running, and by the Bonfire Society is actually wanting to keep this event for people in Lewes, for those who are the participants of Bonfire, and so it's great then that people who can't come into the centre of town or can't come to Lewes are able to watch what's going on by watching it on our YouTube stream.
And here are Southover Bonfire Society at the War Memorial for their act of remembrance. And up they go, the badges.
This is the discharge of the set pieces, the poppies. And the societies that are taking it in their turns to perform their act of remembrance at the War Memorial for those that we have lost in the 2 world wars and subsequent conflicts.
And for the first of no doubt many times this evening, the smoke has become so thick we can barely see what's going on outside, and I'm starting to worry about my smoke alarms again.
I was having exactly the same thought. So that was Southover Bonfire Society, who reformed in 2005 after being disbanded in 1985, and we recognise them from their red and black hooped Guernseys.
And of course their first pioneers are Cluniac monks, inspired by our very own Lewes Priory. And their second pioneers are the Buccaneers. I love those costumes.
We're going to see some fantastic costumes tonight, actually, aren't we? And a new unveiling of some new pioneers as well for Lewes Borough.
Yes, so, well, it's no secret that there had been some controversy about their previous first pioneers, the Zulus. Last year, the first pioneers changed to NHS workers as a tribute to their work during the pandemic. But this year they're unveiling their new Celts costumes. I can't wait to see them.
Yes, the Celtic Warriors will be with us a little later this evening.
I expect kilts, red hair, beards.
So it's 5:15 here in Lewes. You're listening to Rocket FM and our live stream of Lewes Bonfire 2022. We've just seen Waterloo, Southover Bonfire Society's act of remembrance. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the town, Commercial Square's children's procession has been taking place around the smaller streets, around St John Street, Sun Street, that area. A reminder that as well as watching us on our live stream on YouTube, we are actually broadcasting a stereo audio feed. So if you put your headphones in, you'll get us in stereo, and you'll get all those sort of atmospheric sounds from out in the street, expertly blended by our chairman and our technical wizard, Roger Stamp. And the wonderful pictures that we're sharing with you this evening, well, that's the work of Steve Pilfold and Eugene Sully, who have transformed us into rocket television, it seems.
Our camera tonight is shrouded in some very sophisticated white plastic shopping bags to protect it. And we have a couple of cloths on hand to wipe down the lens as needed. But we're hoping the rain is going to ease off a little throughout the evening. I must say the crowds are undeterred by the rain. There are, at the War Memorial, I can see in some places 6 or 7 deep, lots of umbrellas about.
If you'd like to send us a message and let us know what you think of our coverage and share your thoughts on Bonfire, we'd love to hear from you. So you can enter a comment in the chat with our live stream on YouTube, or you can also message us on Facebook or Twitter. Our handle is Rocket FM Lewis. That's Rocket FM Lewis, all one word, on Facebook or Twitter. And we're keeping an eye on your comments in our live stream. It's wonderful to see that we've got so many people watching from all around the world. We've currently got over 1,000 of you watching our live stream
already.
And the night is young as South Over Bonfire now process down School Hill, making space at the War Memorial for the next participants and for the next society to perform their act of remembrance.
And I believe that's going to be Commercial Square, arriving shortly.
And we were talking about the people who enjoy our coverage from all around the world, but closer to home we must remember those people who are perhaps Lewis born and bred, or who've been in Bonfire many years, but who can't actually make it down to the streets tonight. Perhaps they're just not able to do that, and so a big hello to them. So people like Kirsty, who has mentioned us in our live chat and says, so thankful for Rocket FM as I can't get out this year. Looking forward to watching, and we'll be back out in the heart of it next year. Well, you certainly will, Kirsty.
We'll see you then. Nathan Stew says hi to his mum, while Gloria Underwood says that she's wishing you all Louisians the best bonfire night.
And that's "the" in capital letters.
Yes, and 3 kisses. Thanks, Gloria.
Let us know where you're watching us from this evening. We've had messages from Australia, New Zealand, and even, although I think this one might have been a Mickey take, last year somebody from the International Space Station.
Yeah, I'm not sure I really buy that, but it was a nice thought. Made us laugh anyway.
So now, Helen, do you have any thoughts on who the enemies of Bonfire, who those tableaux might represent this year?
Enemies of Bonfire. Well, I mean, there's got to be a Putin in there, hasn't there?
And who knows, with all the political upheaval in the country, then who knows who the tab will be this year for Borough or for Cliff or for Commercial Square? We don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking about our recent changes of personnel at the top of government. That might have all happened a bit too late for the tab teams to keep up with it, but we'll see. We'll find out probably after about 8 o'clock when the Grand United procession starts.
And the drummers are making themselves heard.
And here come the Pentacle drummers doing their thing.
Well, green, black and white hoops on the Guernseys. So we think that's Heathfield.
They seem to be missing off your handy spotter's guide, Dino.
That's going out the window. So each of the societies in Lewis, or the 6 main bonfire societies, produce a tableau which represents each year an enemy of Bonfire. And so you've probably seen in the press, if you're not familiar with it, each year they pick a controversial figure, somebody who has done someone to warrant being blown up at the end of the evening at the fire sites.
A few years ago we had 5 Donald Trumps, didn't we? Full house.
Yes,
of
I
the
think
Donald.
And Boris Johnson has featured. This year I don't know if Truss was around long enough for her likeness to be captured as an effigy. I think if they were making that, they were probably quite fed up that suddenly that, she was no longer on the scene and they had to move on. As each society moves away from the War Memorial, then the stewards are allowing members of the public onto the street so that they can change their position and move to where they want to be. So currently, because we're between societies here, we've got a lot of members of the public and their umbrellas, and just sort of call it being a sort of a melee in the street in front of us. But then the rope cordons will be brought back, and people will be asked to get back onto the pavements, and we'll make a way clear for the next society, which we think is Commercial Square. Helen, is that right?
We do.
And of course, it's not just at the War Memorial that tonight's events take place. It's all around the town, coordinated. Well, 6 societies coordinating their activities very loosely together. And so we've got some video to share with you of some scenes from around the town earlier. There we go. That was a little package put together by Eugene and Steve earlier today around the town to give you a flavour of what's going on elsewhere other than here at the War Memorial. And it's 5:25. You're watching Rocket FM's live coverage of Bonfire 2022.
And although, as Dino says, there is a lot going on around the town, this really is the best place to catch the action, because each society comes to the War Memorial, performs their act of remembrance. We all find those services very moving, but also there's the sense of excitement as they leave and the next society comes. And then, of course, we've got the grand procession to look forward to later, when we'll see all of them come past. We'll see what the tableaux are this year. I think we've already said probably about 10 times we've got the best seats in the house.
We have, which means that you've got the best view as well, because we've got 2 cameras set up here so that we can sort of pan around and really give you a sense of what's going on here at the War Memorial and what's been happening for, well, the last 100 odd years at least, in one form or another. Some of the societies are as old as 150 years old. We're talking 18... Oh, no, I'm going to get caught out now with my dates. Yes.
1840s, yeah. 50s maybe? Should have done more revision, shouldn't we? Now, last year we had a few complaints about being able to see too much of my guttering rather than the crowd. So we're working on that this year. I think we've got the camera a little higher up, but do let us know how you're finding the coverage.
Yeah, we're providing a personal service here, so, you know, if you'd like the camera left a bit right a bit... No, we can't please everybody.
We're not bespoke.
Commercial Square were founded actually in 1855, to give you an idea. Borough 1853, and Cliff a bit earlier, well, 1853 too. There's a bit of competition as to who's the oldest society in Lewes.
But that's pretty old. 170 years old.
Pretty impressive. Hello to you, Lucy, who's watching. Lucy Johnson's watching in Essex. And she says, thank you for the live streaming. I don't live in Lewes anymore. I love watching out for friends and family, and most importantly, honouring our yearly traditions. Well, thank you, Lucy, and well said. I hope you spot people that you know during our streaming tonight. That's part of the fun of it. Keeping the traditions alive is one of the most important things, and one of the main reasons that people say that they take part in Bonfire, as well as enjoying the fireworks and the costumes and the camaraderie. For some people as well, it's the collection for charity that they enjoy. The fact that the societies, through their bucket collections on the streets, are raising quite considerable sums for local charities of each of the societies' choice. So, for example, Commercial Square last year raised something like £1,700, which they divided between their charities. Thinking of charities as well, the borough are supporting Lewes Open Door this year and St John Ambulance. They're dividing their collections between the two. So if you're out on the streets listening to us this evening with your earphones in, then do chuck some money in the bucket. The programme sales, that actually goes towards the societies, so please buy a programme if you have the opportunity, because that is what funds the Bonfire Society's activities, as well as subscriptions from members. So do support it if you can.
I'd just like to say hello to everyone at Richard's Butchers up the road, because I know they usually listen to us. So hello, Pete and the gang. I hope you're having a great night and flogging loads of your delicious sausage rolls. I know I can smell baking, but those are your homemade ones, I take it. They're just sausages. They don't have the lovely buttery flaky pastry, I'm afraid. Though I do have some Aldi brioche buns.
Well, while we're thanking people, I'd like to say a big thank you to David and Barbara Arnold, who've got the YouTube on their TV now, who I'm staying with at the moment. So thank you to them, and I hope they have a great night.
Hi, David and Barbara.
And also a message here from Jane in Australia, who is looking out for any nights, and this is a shout out to people who are connected with South Street Bonfire Society, because Jane wants to try and trace any nights related to Alan Knight, who was her maternal great-grandfather, who lived in South Street, and perhaps David Knight is another name that people might remember, and so Mary Jane Knight, nee Venning, was her sort of ancestor. So she's hoping to find some information out from people who are connected with South Street who might know her relatives. So there you go.
Wow.
Bringing bonfire bringing people together.
When you first started talking about knights then, I thought you meant knights in armour, not people called knight. And on Bonfire Night anything is possible.
Absolutely. Now, Philip Amy has contributed in the chat. Thank you, Philip. He knows his stuff. He says, in 1853, both Borough and Cliff claim to have been started. However, in 1853, Cliff was known as Cliff Without, as it was outside of the Lewes boundary. Hence, Borough are the oldest Lewes society.
Well, that really is a technicality, isn't it?
That's fighting talk, Philip.
We remain, of course, entirely neutral on the matter.
Absolutely. Lovely to have you with us on our live stream. Do put a comment in the chat and we'll try and bring you some more of those later in the evening. Heidi Wallace says, did the crescendo already occur? Oh, paying attention. And who else have we got here? Oh, Lynn Joyce says, thank you for sharing with everyone. A big shout out to anyone who remembers June Eid. Oh, indeed, we do. A lifelong member and participant of Cliff, who is no longer able to partake or see Bonfire anymore. Well, thank you for that, Lynn. And we're up to 1,500 of you watching on our live stream at the moment.
Welcome to all the newcomers.
Big thumbs up from Roger Stamp, our boss.
We like it when Roger's happy,
yes,
don't we?
Exactly. Martin Weller says, hold 'em up commercial. First time missed. It's the first time that Martin has missed Bonfire in years, but he tells us he is watching in the front of a wood burner with a bottle of red wine. That's in the Forest of Dean in Gloucestershire.
Oh, how lovely.
We're missing you, Martin. You're missing all this. Well, not for the first time this evening. We've got a bit of a hiatus here at the War Memorial while the next society forms up. And it's not really lit well enough for me to be able to make that out. I don't know if you can see what colours we're looking at there, Helen.
If I put my glasses on, I may be able to help. Where are we looking?
Got a couple
ahead.
of smugglers in front of us.
They look like borough members to me, blue and white.
Ah, yes. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's have a look at, while we're waiting for the next society. Let's take a look at another package from Eugene and from the marvellous Steve at what we've seen around the town earlier today. Wonder if we can get any sightings of any of these tabs. If we did, of course, we would maintain the privacy. We wouldn't show you those.
Discretion.
There were some pictures of around the town earlier, some of the fire sites. We think we managed to see Waterloo, and perhaps that was Commercial Square's fire site there at Lamport Wreck. If you know better, put it in the chat. We're just waiting for the next band to arrive at the War Memorial here. The time's 5:36, and this is the Rocket FM live stream of Bonfire 2022. It's a very wet one here in Lewes, and one of the problems for later is that it's a bit windy too. So there is concern that we might have an impact on the fireworks going up, because the aerials can't go up in wind speeds of more than 40 knots. I think that's right, and we could be hitting that level.
Wow.
I know.
I'm a bit worried about the conditions underfoot at the fire sites with all the rain that we've had recently. It's going to be very damp. The wood at the bonfires is going to be very damp, very muddy.
Nothing's going to burn in this, is it?
I think they'll find a way of doing it, don't you?
I think they'll have to.
But I would urge anybody planning to go to a fire site later to put your wellies on.
So this looks like this might be Waterloo. Do you concur?
Oh,
Helen?
it does look a bit Waterloo-ish, doesn't it?
The pith helmets.
Yes. That was a shock.
There tend not to be too many rookies bangers at the earlier part of the evening, because this is when we see the remembrance activities going on, and so the raucous nature tends to sort of take over a little later in the evening. That said,
Yes. Things were pretty raucous last night at Badge Night. Were you out and about?
I was. Well, last night we had in Commercial Square, we had the Wallstatt Fege Band with
of
us,
course.
who are over from Lewis's twin town in Germany called Alsutingen. And so this is the visit from the town band. They come every sort of 4 years or so, and they put on a concert for people in the town hall last night. And then a free concert for anybody who wanted to listen, whether they wanted to or not, outside the Elephant and Castle.
How fantastic. And they're going to be marching with Commercial tonight?
They will be.
Amazing. Can't wait.
So we'll be able to enjoy some, I think it's Guggen music it's called.
Guggen music?
Something like that.
What does that
in my
mean?
best German. While we're mentioning the Elephant and Castle, a big hello to Liz and to Gary, because they've got us on their big screen in the pub, and so that's so that Liz knows when what's happening around the town, and she can see when there's going to be the next lot of people turning up, so she can get the food ready and the drinks ready and the staff ready.
Good strategy. Well, hello everyone at the Elephant and Castle.
Don't forget, you can, as well as watching our live stream, we're on Facebook and Twitter if you want us to send us a message that way, and that's at Rocket FM Lewis. That's our handle for Facebook and for Twitter. Now you may be wondering, why do they do this?
Why do
There's
they
a big
do
question.
this? I think you're just opening up a massive can of worms, aren't you?
Well, I mean, for the most part, people know it's to commemorate and celebrate the discovery of the gunpowder plot, the foiling of the gunpowder plot in 1605, when Guy Fawkes was caught there red-handed, trying to blow up the king and the Parliament.
Boo. But there's so much more than that.
Exactly.
In Lewes Bonfire, isn't there? There are so many threads that weave together to create this gloriously eccentric, unique, crazy thing that we do here.
I mean, there's also, we're remembering the burning of the 17 Protestant martyrs who were burnt at the stake in between 1555 and 1557, and that happened very close to this actual spot. That was when the town hall, which was then the Star Inn, the Protestant martyrs were there held imprisoned in the cellars and brought up and burnt at the stake in front of that building at that time. And so we remember them. We remember them being burnt at the stake, which is not an attractive prospect.
No, not at all. And the cellar still exists. It's used by the council as storage space now, but I have been in there a few times, and it's quite an eerie, atmospheric place to be. But I think a more sort of esoteric thing that feeds into Lewes Bonfire is that there is a spirit of what I can only describe as arsiness in this town. You know, our county motto is "We won't be druv." A long, long history of protest and dissent, and of course Tom Paine feeds into that, who almost single-handedly kicked off the American Revolution. And there are loads of examples of Lewes people sticking it to the man over the years. I think a notable one that a lot of people will know about is that when the Lewes Arms decided to take our local brew Harvey's off the bar, the whole town boycotted it for a year until the owners, Green King, bought Harvey's back. And that is very Bonfire to me.
And we sum it up in the expression, "We won't be druv."
Exactly. We will not be told what to do.
And another part of Bonfire is remembrance, and that's not only for those that we have lost in 2 world wars and in wars since, but also, you know, people in Lewes that we have lost.
And I expect this year there will probably be some tributes to the late Queen.
That will certainly be a part of it this year, because the monarchy, I mean, that's an important part of Bonfire. I mean, after all, you know, we're celebrating the foiling of the plot to blow up the king. And so, you know, in foiling that treasonous act, we're very pro-monarchy.
Yes, indeed, yes. Yes, you may think it's anarchy, but it's kind of quite organised, respectful anarchy, isn't it?
Yeah. So there's no doubt that the late monarch will be remembered and celebrated in this evening's remembrance acts. The Queen, who died on the 8th of September this year.
Now I've just spotted LGB Brass Band in front of us, so that must mean Commercial Square are coming.
About time too.
Yes.
This is the Lewes, Glynde and Beddingham Brass Band who accompany Commercial Square this evening. They celebrated their centenary earlier this year and gave a concert in the Town Hall.
Oh, congratulations.
While we're waiting for the band to get themselves ready, let's take a look at the barrel race which happened a little earlier this evening. There you go, so that was Borough's barrel race a little earlier. Eugene has sent that in to us, thank you Eugene. And we think that was a tough contest between South Hayton and Chiddingly.
And I'd just like to send our warm wishes to Emma Holt, who's watching in Mexico. She's probably quite warm already in that case. But Emma, you're very welcome. Hope you're having a great evening.
And Philip Amy, thank you very much, Philip, for this. A little addendum to what we were saying earlier about We Won't Be Druv. It was the motto of the Royal Sussex Regiment, and 31 regiments went to fight in the First World War, and that's around 31,000 Sussex men.
Wow. And that reminds me, something is notable by its absence so far this evening, Dino. We haven't heard Sussex by the Sea. What's going on?
You say that as if you know something is coming.
Well, it's just a hunch.
And let's take a look at some of our messages from Facebook. So Phoebe Jackson has just messaged us to say hello from the Jackson family. Wendy, Chris, Chloe, Liberty and Phoebe. Hopefully, if the rain stops, we will be out. But we are all watching. Thank you, Phoebe. Hope you have a great night.
We're being waved at. Do you know them?
Well, we're certainly confident it's Commercial Square coming next. And I can tell you that the captain of bands, Roy Clay, has done splendid work this year in marshalling and assembling the fine musicians that we've got accompanying Commercial Square this year. Not just the Lewis Blind Beddingham Brass Band, but of course the Waldstadtfeger Band over from Germany to take part in this evening's festivities.
And we probably don't need to tell you that the Commercial Square first pioneers, who we'll see shortly, are the Native Americans, and the second pioneers, the American Civil War. More amazing costumes.
Yeah. There was some discussion this year within the ranks of Commercial Square about whether we should continue with the first pioneers as Native American Indians. Because some would say that perhaps that is cultural appropriation, and so some discussion has been taking place. I mean, obviously, you know, Commercial Square would say that they are honouring the Native American Indians and their plight, because it was members of Commercial Square who went to work on the railways in America who discovered the appalling conditions that the Native Americans were in. And wanted to do something about it, and wanted to, you know, they took great trouble to learn their traditions, and you know, to support them, and so it's a reflection of that tradition of wearing the Native American Indian costume has continued, and how Commercial Square now continue to have Native American Indians as their first pioneers.
And the Native Americans actually taught members of Commercial Square how to make the costumes, didn't they? Yes. And those skills have been passed down the generations.
A society that had similar discussions about whether they should continue with their pioneers as the Zulu warriors, the Borough Bonfire Society, came to the conclusion a couple of years ago that they would not, and that they would cease, and so last year, as you said earlier, Helen, they honoured the NHS last year, but this is the year that we get to see their new first pioneers.
Yes, the Celtic Warriors. Can't wait.
I think the Celtic Warriors were given an outing at an outfire earlier in this season's proceedings. Lewis isn't the only bonfire in Sussex. We have successive Saturdays where each of the societies visit the town that's holding their bonfire celebrations, and so Lewis is not quite the culmination of that, because bonfires continue after for a couple more Saturdays. But it's certainly the biggest.
And it's something of a mystery, isn't it, how the bonfire tradition has remained so strong in Sussex, and particularly in East Sussex. Nobody seems to really know why this is, but it is certainly a very strong local tradition, and it doesn't appear to be going anywhere. Though my impression is that in some other parts of the country, bonfire night is now somewhat overshadowed by Halloween, but not in Lewes.
Graham Precy says, hello from the Precy Mordants in the Normandy. Light up the sky for us, Lewes.
You might be able to see it from there.
And Rebecca says, thank you for covering the celebrations tonight. My daughter and I can't get to the celebrations this evening, but would like to offer our well wishes to everyone involved tonight. That's Rebecca Art on Facebook. Thank you for that, Rebecca. And we would like a shout out for, a special remembrance to our family who used to be involved in the running of Lewes and Newark parades. My granddad, John Brooks, who was Borough Bonfire Society and awarded over 30 years of service, and his brother Roy Brooks, who are always in our thoughts. Well, thank you for that, Rebecca.
And we just love hearing these stories. Just keep them coming. They're great. Jason Lockwood in Vermont, USA, is watching our live stream. Thank you so much, he says. Thanks for watching, Jason. I hope you're enjoying it. And we've got Carridon McCarter, who says, always great to watch the stream. Have a great evening from Belfast. Thanks, Carridon.
Now we can see, and you can see on our screens, the first of the crosses which mark there's 17 crosses, one for each of the Protestant martyrs who were burnt at the stake in front of what was then the Star Inn and is now the Town Hall in Lewes. That's what each of those represents. And the Lewes Glynder Beddingham Brass Band prepare to lead Commercial Square Bonfire Society's Act of Remembrance.
Just tuning up. Can hear the sound of the barrels clattering up the street.
Yeah, that's not a drum roll starting God Save the King. It seems that we've got quite a few people spilling out onto the road now from who should be behind the rope barrier, and they're causing a bit of congestion for the band.
Yes, Market Street is suddenly looking very, very busy.
I think they're struggling to get people back behind the line there. And we were looking at crowds there of perhaps 8 deep. Now, what would be perfect, apart from watching Bonfire, to make it even more perfect? Imagine if it was your birthday on Bonfire.
That would be amazing.
Well, lucky old Ben Verrill, because it's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Ben!
So Amelia Rowcroft tells us on Facebook, please can we wish a happy birthday to my husband Ben Verrill on Rocket FM tonight. Thank you from Amelia. Loving the live stream inside with our puppy.
Best place for a puppy,
yes.
Inside tonight, definitely.
I mean, it's not a great night for pets, is it? And so, we know of people who move away from Lewes for the weekend to, take their pets away from all the noise. And there are others who have to give sedatives to their pets or play music. So we hope that you've managed to take care of your pets for this evening.
I know quite a few Lewes pets who just are completely unfazed by the whole thing. It's amazing.
On our Twitter, we've got a message from Kieran Grounds, who says a shout out to Carl, Derek, Jasmine and John from Kieran, Sharon, Hayley and Michael. There you go, you've got all of those name checked on Rocket FM. And there's currently 1.8 thousand people watching the live stream.
Oh, good grief.
There we go. So those birthday people have just been named and shamed in front of nearly 2,000 people.
I don't think they had anything to be ashamed of.
No,
Not really.
No. Oh, look, we've got a ciao from Trentino in Italy.
Oh, ciao.
Helen asked what time the procession starts. Well, Helen, we have a number of processions throughout the evening. We've witnessed a couple so far here at the War Memorial, but others are taking place around the town. So in various locations around the town, we've had the children's processions so far and other activities. And so, you know, we're trying to bring you a flavour of what's going on around the town from our video reports from Eugene and Steve, who are out and about. But when they come up to the War Memorial, we'll certainly bring you those processions. And the main event, if you like, is the grand procession a little later this evening. So that'll certainly be something to watch out for.
But yes, you're right, Dino. We have processions going on all over town all night. Processions coming out of our ears. There are still people processing at midnight.
So this is Commercial Square. We've had a bit of inside info from Neil Parks, who tells us that when Borough come to the War Memorial, and perhaps they'll be next, it will be the captain of bands from Chiddingly, thank you, Parish, as soon as I said it, Chiddingly Parish Council Bonfire Society, Rebecca Gander, who will have the honour of playing the last post. So we've got our fingers crossed for you, Rebecca. And have we heard the Skull Drummery yet?
I don't think we have.
No, well, because the Cliff haven't been up yet.
Uh-huh.
So they are, when we hear them, Tina Baker says that her son is playing with them and she's watching from Uckfield. But we will get a bit of Tina's son playing when the Cliff come up for their, I think it's the 8:10 procession, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they're the last of the societies to do their act of remembrance this evening.
If you want an idea of the time, so it's now 6 o'clock and you're listening to Rocket FM and watching our live stream on YouTube. And so by now the Cliff Barrel run will have taken place. The ladies took place at 2:15 and then the men will be at 6:15, another 15 minutes. And the Borough Barrel run took place. And we should be seeing the first procession for Cliff Bonfire at 6:15. Now they're not going to come up to the War Memorial for that one. They do that to their headquarters, but that will be their Queen Elizabeth Remembrance Procession, honouring the late Queen who died on the 8th of September this year. And we can see now that Commercial Square are just coming into our view from the left of our screens as Nimrod plays. The first of the crosses is lit. And the Queen, ER, is being commemorated.
Quick wipe of the lens there.
And the crowd were very appreciative of that from Lewis Blinder Beddingham Brass Band. And Reveille marks the end of the minute silence from Commercial Square as we ignite the illuminated set pieces. The RAF one in view, which we can see nice and clearly. Now Steve has given the lens a little wipe while we were on the other camera.
I think we always say this, but it would be so great if we could bring you smell-o-vision, because the petrol coming from the torches and the smoky, it's just gorgeous.
There's nothing like the atmosphere of bonfire. So Commercial Square have marked an act of remembrance for those who have fallen in the 2 world wars and subsequent conflicts. Leslie Boniface has contacted us and says, on behalf of everyone at the newly formed Meeching and District Bonfire Society in New Haven, we hope it's a great night. Well, that's good to hear about a newly formed society, Leslie. Thank you for that.
And it's nice to hear from you, Leslie.
Moira says a big hello to the mighty Cliff, to the Cliff Bonfire Society. She didn't say mighty, I was just putting that in as a Rupert Lloyd Thomas-ism.
Sneaky preview.
Yes. While we're thinking of the Lloyd Thomases, actually, a big thank you and shout out to Andy Thomas, who's done sterling work again this year in getting us on air and getting us listeners. He's been out and about in the town, doggedly flyering and putting up posters and spreading the word. So thank you, Andy, and well done.
Andy is an absolutely tireless putter-upper of posters.
And the crowd are giving Andy a round of applause.
Yeah.
Jacques asked a technical question here, and he turns now to Steve Pilfold to ask, which is how far behind is the live feed compared to the real event? So what's the delay? So my guess is about 10 seconds. Would you concur, Steve?
Between 15 and 30. Don't listen to Dino.
What do we know? We're just the presenters.
So technical information there from our technical department, Mr. Steve Pilfold. Thank you for that.
And a noticeable change in mood as Commercial Square, move east down School Hill.
Now, I said about birthdays being wonderful to celebrate at this time of year with Bonfire combined, but how about a wedding? Because Carl Dewey says, please can I have a shout out for my beautiful fiancée Kimberly. We are getting married in Lewes next November. We love Lewes. Well, there you go. How about that?
What a great time and a great place to get married.
The ladies' barrel race. Now, we don't know which society this was for, but this is from Nikki Grimes, who says, please can we give out a shout out to Romy Grimes, winner of the ladies' barrel race. We don't know if that's the Cliff one or the Borough one.
Not sure. But congratulations anyway.
Yeah. So it's 6:10. Now, in about 5 minutes, the Cliff First Procession will be heading off, and that will be the Queen Elizabeth Remembrance Procession. We won't see that on our cameras because we're at the War Memorial, but that's down further down in the town. And then at 6:30 we'll have the Waterloo Bonfire Procession. That's coming up here on our live stream. And it's really lovely to hear from Brenda Noakes, who's listening to us here in Lewes, and she says how nice to have Rocket FM live, and that it has Lewes Bonfire on air, as I can't get out to see it. I am a lady, thank you. Yes, well, we know you, Brenda, and we know you've been a listener and a viewer of our live stream for many years, so it's really nice to have you with us. Thank you for your company, and we hope we're able to bring a flavour of Bonfire to your home, even though you can't be out on the streets to enjoy it IRL, as they say, in real life.
Very down with the kids, Dino.
I am. Lewes District Scout Band have just passed before our view. And and they're giving us our first flavour of Sussex by the Sea this evening.
The first of many, I hope.
There's some singing going with that. Mark Arnold is watching our live stream and tells us on Facebook that it's taking him back to the 1970s. Mark says, I grew up in Ringmer and had a huge affiliation to Cliff Bonfire Society. Can you do a shout out, here we go, to Frog and Bramble the dog. Great work, presenters, keep it up.
Thank you, and hello Frog and hello Bramble, and I hope you're having an okay evening.
Hello to Adam Aspinall, who says, greetings from a Brit living in Switzerland. Seems a long time since I used to go door to door asking for a penny for the guy. Have a great night. Thank you, Adam.
We were just saying the other day, you do not see penny for the guy anymore, do you?
Very true.
It seems to have completely died out. It's a mystery.
We're just informed that Brendan Oakes is my father's cousin from Steve Pilfold. There we go.
Small world.
Yeah, isn't it just? And she's my former neighbour. How about that? Oh, someone's on the cocktails, by the way. Laura Simmons says, please shout out to Anna, watching the brilliant live stream with some birthday cocktails. Beautiful guttering. Which camera?
Thanks, Laura.
I'm just going to turn to Steve now. Which camera are we on that we've got the guttering in view? We're on gutter cam. There you go.
I mean, it is a very fine example of guttering. You're absolutely right, Laura.
Eager to please, just for you, Laura, we're going to switch to the other camera. There we go.
Hello, Mark.
We've got our very own bonfire boy in here as well. Mark has joined us, and is he sporting his South Hayton? Indeed he is. Very good.
Here come Newick marching with Commercial tonight.
Ali Holland is watching us now on the live stream from Swansea. And Ali says, I left Lewes 7 years ago and I do miss the whole bonfire vibe. I recommend Rocket FM to anyone who listens to me rave on about the processions and bonfire societies. Bit of a bonfire fan then, Ali. Keep on marching and I'll raise a glass to you all. Much love, Ali. Well, thank you for that, Ali.
Yeah, thanks, Ali. Spreading the word about Rocket.
So Eugene tells me that Borough are approaching. So next up in front of our camera we should see the Lewes Borough Bonfire Society, formed in 1853.
Giving us a view of their brand new first pioneers.
Some of the officers of Borough, well, John Winter is the president and Jason Winter the chairman. Secretary is Sharon Reed and the treasurer is Sarah Beaver. Well, I'm sorry about that. We had a little bit of a technical glitch. I promise you I didn't touch anything. I kept my fingers away.
A likely story.
But thank you for bearing with us. I'm sorry about that little interruption. But we're hopefully back with you now. I noticed there's a flurry of panicked messages in the chat there.
We're so
back.
sorry.
We're back.
This is a live broadcast, guys.
So we're back with you, and we have Borough Bonfire now at the War Memorial, about to do their act of remembrance. While we're waiting, a couple of hellos. So Claudia Bradley says, could you please shout out to my dad Carl Bradley, who was Lewis born and bred, and it's his birthday today. Another birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
And Claudia says that Carl is watching from Thailand.
Wow.
Blimey.
I think you're our furthest flung viewer yet.
Unless, of course, you know different. We're going to give the little lens a little wipe now. Unless Steve Pilford was deciding he was going to fling himself out of the window.
Don't do it, Steve.
And so now the crosses are being lit. Oh, right. I'm sorry about that. Another little dropout. Those of you who said, have we paid our electricity bill? No, that is not the cause. I think the sheer volume of people using the internet seems to be a popular thing, this Lewis bonfire. And so anyway, we've sorted that out now, we think. So apologies for that interruption. I can tell you, you haven't actually missed anything significant in the proceedings. The crosses are lit, and this is Borough that we see before us, and this is their act of remembrance. It's 24 minutes past 6 here on Rocket FM, and for old time's sake, I'm now going to say a big shout out and hello to Conrad Blady from Linthicum, USA, from America, and he's up on the chat. Hello to you. Thanks for joining us. Bit of a stalwart with Rocket, a bit of a fan, who's very, very kind in supporting us each year. And so now Borough Bonfire are remembering Hilda, who is a very significant member of their society, and so they've got a set piece to remember her, which we're now seeing come before our screens.
It's huge. That must be so heavy. In fact, the chap carrying it, I don't know if you can see on your screens, is being supported by another pair of smugglers.
Yes, Hilda Mary Winter, 1948 to 2021. Hilda was a life member and membership secretary of Lewis Borough Bonfire Society, who sadly passed away on the 13th of December last year after being taken ill with COVID-19. And Lewis Borough say in their programme that Hilda was a mentor to many and a good friend to all. Her contribution to Lewis Borough over half a decade or more can never be understated. And in bonfire tradition, Hilda's name is being carried in flame through the High Street during the main procession this evening. The final mark of respect for a very valued member of Lewes Borough Bonfire. Splendid work from the bands this evening, and for Borough the captain of bands is Kes Woodward. Borough's Tudors coming into view here, and the Smugglers that you can see on your screen. This year Borough are collecting in their charity buckets for two causes: the Lewes Open Door, who support homeless people in Lewes, and St John Ambulance. Apologies once again for the little technical glitch earlier, which meant that we dropped out for a short while, but all praise to Steve Pilfold, who's come to the rescue and plugged two bits of wire together, rubbed two sticks or whatever he does.
Switched it off and switched it back on again.
That was it, wasn't it? That was it. That was the trick.
Works every time.
Hello to Carlton McCarter, who's following from Belfast. Nice to have you with us. And thank you to everybody, actually, who's on our live stream this evening. It's really great to be able to share this experience with you.
It is a real privilege. Lest we forget, just coming into view now.
And Reveille now marks the end of the minute silence. Lewes Borough Bonfire Society perform their act of remembrance, joined by Lewes Old Grammar School. as you can see in our pictures. And a marvellous tribute there to Hilda. And Kim Tregus tells us that Hilda's family were closely following there too. A lovely tribute, Laura. Well done.
Here we go again.
We don't need to tell you this is Sussex by the Sea.
Now is the time for marching. People singing along down there.
A big shout out to Carl, Derek, Jasmine and John from Kieran, Sharon, Hayley and Michael. And that's Michael on Twitter. And Jules Middleton, also on Twitter, says, "Hi Dino and Helen, I moved from Lewes to Burgess Hill this year. Joined Burgess Hill Bonfire, of course, but sadly have injured my back, so I can't attend with them. Gutted, but thanks for the coverage. Do give Burgess Hill Bonfire Society a mention in green and black stripes." Well, we have done just that.
Absolutely, and I hope you feel better soon, Jules. Really sorry to hear about your back.
Dig Chris says, "One day to go," or this was yesterday then. "Wow, it takes a lot of flaming fabulous volunteers who help keep Southover Bonfire Society going all year and make it a night to remember. See what he did there? So a big shout out to everyone pitching in. Well said, Dig Chris, we agree with you there. Lots of you have been retweeting the link to our live stream, which is really helpful for you. Thank you. If you want others to share in this experience that we're all together for tonight, then do retweet the link. I think it's our pinned tweet that's got the link to our live stream, and others can join us. And there are currently over 2,000 of you watching and listening to our live stream coverage of Lewes Bonfire 2022.
Thank you for joining us.
Massive thank you to the team here at Rocket who've put this together. It's mostly a technical exercise, so big thank you to Steve and to Eugene, and no doubt to Mark too, and to Roger for all the work they've done in making it possible for us to be able to see and hear what's going on this evening.
Dino and I have the easy job.
Mark says they got quite wet. Let's have a quick word with Mark.
We were traipsing around all the fire sites like we normally do, and it just absolutely threw it down, but we soldiered on. And then I went back to my van and changed, which was, I'm glad nobody was watching, because I was in civvies and I'm not now. Yeah.
I thought you meant you didn't want people to watch for other reasons, but there we are. Steve Pilfold is here as well.
Hello, yes, well, what I did, I released Eugene and Mark into the wild, and then I came up here and watched the rain out the window as I set up the equipment, so that was easy.
This explains why you're dry and toasty then, doesn't it, really? What about Eugene? How's your day been, Eugene?
Well, unlike Steve and Mark, I decided not to dress in civvies, but dress in my bonfire gear. So as a result, already went down to get ourselves lunch, came back, got drenched walking around the bonfire sites, sent a few pictures out, and then got more drenched, helping Mark get changed. And then my phone cover, which has a battery in it, that's dead. So now I'm going to keep recharging my phone. And finally, I got here, and then uploading my pictures broke the internet.
Well, your contribution's valuable. Thank you for it. Can there be Eastbourne we see before us? No, that's not right, is it? So it's Seaford Bonfire Society we can see to us in front of us now, waving. Hello to Seaford.
I do like Seaford's colours, the purple and grey.
And we know that Sue Stamp and all the Stamp family are watching in Mount Pleasant this evening. Well, they could have just stepped out of the door. I mean, they're practically sitting in the middle of it all. But anyway, thank you very much to the Stamp family for watching, and to everybody else who's joining us on our live stream this evening. Seaford have got a really good turnout tonight. Quite a few of their smugglers here.
And here come Burgess Hill Bonfire Society in their green and black.
So we can see Northam in front of us now, just in the bottom of your screen. And I think that's Burgess Hill, did we say?
Yes, in the green and black.
And Uckfield Carnival Society go past.
I'm going to ask you a question that you probably can't answer, Dino.
Oh, here we go.
What's the difference between a bonfire society and a carnival society?
Oh, well, this is where we need Mr. Ware in Sussex himself, isn't it? This is where we need to see. But certainly, well, Uckfield, I think, are the only ones who say carnival society, aren't they? I stand to be corrected on this. Let's ask our resident expert, and that's you today, Steve. We were talking about the difference between the Carnival Society, which Uckfield are, and a Bonfire Society. Putting you on the spot.
I think the difference basically is Uckfield, not Uckfield Bonfire and Carnival Society.
It says carnival.
Yes, well, basically, when you go to Uckfield at the beginning of September, there's a load of floats behind with carnival stuff on it, combined with the bonfire. The same if you go to Crowborough on the second Saturday in September, or Mayfield on the third in September. The Mayfield a bit more bonfire-y, that's the first really bonfire-y one, but they do have a couple of floats in there. And then after that you don't really see the floats after that, and it tends to be a bit more bonfire-y, and the weather tends to be a bit worse as well. So it's that sort of end of summer carnival-y. Uckfield, Crowborough, Mayfield is the Bonfire and Carnival Society bit, and then after that just tends to be bonfire.
There you go. Does that answer your question, Helen?
Wow, that was Professor of Bonfire, Steve Pilfold. Don't say that!
Don't say that! Don't give the game away. Oh, let's hit the like button, folks. Oh, this is Dizzy Wimble says that. Oh, well, yeah, do. I'm all up for hitting the like button. Yeah, hit the subscribe. I mean, this is the thing for next year, because what we'll do is we'll package up some bits of video and we'll put them on our live stream. So if you want to be the first to hear when our live stream, when our YouTube channel has new content, then do subscribe, and you'll be the first to hear and enjoy it. And won't that be good? Yes, it will. Colin Bellamy says, please give a shout out to Amy McCord, who had planned for so long to attend this year, walking from Brighton, but got ill unfortunately, so is instead tucked up in bed with a hot water bottle watching the stream.
It's not a nice day to be walking from Brighton to Lewes anyway. Be very slippery on those hills.
Well, I'm really sorry about that, Colin, so I hope, Amy, you're snuggled up warm and enjoying our live stream.
And hope you feel better soon.
Byzantina is watching from the Netherlands with her husband from West Sussex and son Tom, who's got a broken arm. Oh, they're all coming out.
Lots of poorly people watching with us tonight.
Is there anybody healthy watching this live stream? You're all a drain on the NHS.
Dino! Gosh, lots and lots of people out there now milling around the War Memorial. But they will need to clear themselves away soon because we're expecting Waterloo next.
Louis I should say, Brown says, please can I get a shout out to Jordan and Vicky, who unfortunately couldn't come tonight. They were have been attending for the last 25 years. Louis, Emma and Cassius will watch you for this amazing event. Well, there you go.
Paul Major says, can I have a shout out for my friend Toby Lerone? Hello, Toby.
Gotcha.
Oh dear. Gemma Lang has got a broken leg. Any other injuries anyone wants to tell us about?
What is this? Is this hospital radio? Dear oh dear. We sang Sussex by the Sea at my late husband's funeral 5 years ago. It says, I'm sorry, the name has slipped. They're scrolling. Your messages are scrolling by so quickly that I've lost you there. But thank you for sharing that memory. Oh, Paul! You see now, all the people who are unwell are now contacting
What
us.
have we started?
So Gemma Lang says, my partner's got pneumonia. His name's Tom. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gemma. And Tom? Well, I hope that you're enjoying our coverage anyway. Now, there's a bit of argy-bargy going on, actually, because now Waterloo are trying to get in position, but we've got great difficulty with getting members of the public to move away and make the way clear for the society. So it looks like that's Mish Lorek in front of us, who's giving stern words to those members of the public, asking them to clear away. But I think we're now clear and ready to move forward. The crowds have now built. It's quite considerable here at the War Memorial. In fact, they go, I would say, probably about 10 or maybe 15 deep down Market Street.
I would say that despite the rain, it's significantly busier this year. But I guess that's what happens when Bonfire falls on a Saturday.
So this is Waterloo that we see now, who are just getting their illuminated set pieces in position, ready to mark remembrance. Their finest hour is what we see before us. Tom Eastwood says, can I have a shout out to my wife Teresa Green, who is ill? Is that a real one? Teresa Green. So I could get to Lewis, right, I see. Oh no, Alex Reed, we haven't given you enough attention. He's got a broken heart from the lack of a shout out. Well, we'll put that right for you, Alex. Please, that's from Andrew, Michelle, Beth, Giverny, and Alex. So there you go. And if you think you're catching me out with pterodactyl, you've got another thing coming.
So Waterloo's first pioneers are, of course, the Mongolian Empire. Their second pioneers are the Greeks and Romans. And their third pioneers are the Tudors. That's a lot of pioneers. But it's a big society, Waterloo.
And this is a nice message from Emma Otley, who asks us to give a shout out in remembrance of Paul Shine, Scaff, on Rocket FM, who we lost. Was it this year, or the year before? Actually, it's but Scaff gave a look. You know, he was on Sunday mornings with Martin.
Yes,
yeah.
He was great. We miss him.
So Waterloo Bonfire Society then. The president is Mike Chartier. The Commander-in-Chief, Adam Wood. First Pioneer Chief, Martin Penfold. Second Pioneer Chief, Stuart Matthews. And the third Pioneer Chief is Cheryl Swinburne. Beg your pardon. So not only can you watch us on our live stream on our YouTube channel, but you can actually enjoy this all over again or dip back into it, because it will remain on our YouTube channel once we've gone off air this evening, and it will be there for you to enjoy, to continue to enjoy. Perhaps you were in the procession or you know somebody who was, and they might like to see themselves going past the War Memorial on our cameras, so let them know. Don't forget to tweet about us or Facebook about us, and our handle, if you want to tag us, is Rocket FM Lewis for Twitter and for Facebook, and the link to the live stream is there on our YouTube channel. On YouTube we are at Rocket FM Lewis, and if you subscribe, hit the subscribe button now, why don't you, because if you do, then you'll get a little notification when we next put some bonfire related content on our channel. And we try and bring you little snippets that we've filmed during the day out and about with Steve and Mark and Eugene, and snippets from the night. Perhaps later this evening we'll try and bring you some footage from bonfire prayers or elsewhere on the fire sites perhaps.
Do we have people out and about?
We may well do, depending on how damp it is later
Yes.
on the foot. But do hit the subscribe button, and then you'll have access to that extra content, as I believe they say.
You're an old pro, Dino.
Oh, aye. Our Twitter feed is keeping us busy this evening. Sarah Brown says, so pleased Lewis Bonfire is being live streamed on YouTube this year. Thank you, Lewis Bonfire and Rocket FM Lewis. Bless you for that. And F, what you reading? That's a handle for you, isn't it, on Twitter? Says, thank you so much for this live stream, as we couldn't make it this year. Great to still see it. Oh, you're welcome. Joe Reed wants us to give a shout out to my brother Alex, his mum and the Meakin family, and let's hope Alex shares his keg of Harveys, otherwise the Lewis Present Facebook page will be lit up like a bonfire. And Dan Viviani says, loving the coverage, absolutely banging. All the family are enjoying and watching the stream. Me and Marie in Portslade, all the Thorpes, John and Sheila in Firle, and Jackie and Paul in Lewis. Would be lovely to see your faces. Thank you. See our faces. You don't want to see our faces.
That's a matter of opinion.
We might swing the camera around at some point.
It has been said that we have great faces for radio.
Who said that? Who said that? Well done you, Dan, for managing to get your entire family into 146 characters. Liz Glenister says, thank you, Rocket FM. This is the first time I've been able to watch it. Brilliant.
Oh, it's our pleasure.
And she's shared our post with the YouTube link as well, so that's really helpful. Do share the link with your friends and family on Facebook and on Twitter, because it helps us reach a wider audience, and it means with a bit more support we can maybe up our game for next year. We try to improve each year. Waterloo are here now. They're just getting themselves ready for the last post to play, we assume. Just checking everybody's looking the part, where they should be in the right position. For each society visiting the War Memorial this evening, it's their sort of moment in the sun. This is this is their turn, as it were.
It's their turf, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's their patch, and they're in command of it, just for now. It's worth mentioning, I think it's the centenary of the War Memorial itself this year.
Is it really?
Yes, it is, yeah. So we have the winged Victory on the top, and then at the base we have, to the right of your screen, the figure of Peace looking towards Flanders Field, and then at the back we have Liberty holding her torch looking west.
Now, your flat overlooks the War Memorial, and you see that view every day. Do you ever tire of it?
No, it is exquisite. I get to look at the most beautiful piece of public art every single day, and I love it. Prior to the memorial being there was a lamppost, and there are quite an elaborate lamppost. There are lots of Reeves photographs featuring the lamppost. But hundreds of years ago, there was actually a church here called St Nicholas's Church, and of course the name lives on in St Nicholas's Lane, which is a Twitton just around the corner. So it's quite a special spot, this. There's always been something, it's always been a place of ceremony.
Yeah, hallowed turf. And just across the street from the market tower with the bell, Gabriel, the town bell.
Which actually came from St Nicholas's Church. That's where it lived.
And it's not far from this spot where the 17 Protestant martyrs were burnt at the stake. Just across to the left of your screen we have Lewes Town Hall. Well, in 1555 that was the Star Inn.
I see there are some new residents of the Crown over the road, which was recently turned into residential. They are very much enjoying their new view.
That has to be one of the best spots in Lewes, really, for a good bonfire. Other than this spot, of course.
Of course.
Jake says he's watching the fantastic coverage with his mum on her birthday. Can we wish Vanessa a happy birthday? There we go, Jake, we've done that for you.
Happy birthday, Vanessa. Happy birthday, Vanessa.
There you go, that's Mark wishing you a happy birthday as well. It's very, very intimate personal service that we're providing here on Rocket. Over 2,000 people watching, but we seem to know all of them.
And 75% of them have got some sort of injury or virus.
And we got some DMs. We opened our DMs. They're open. So if you want to send us a private message, you can. And me, myself, and I says hello from the south of France. Right.
Bonjour.
Dale says, it's Dale. Can I have a shout out to my wife, Victoria? And sorry to Theo for not being able to attend tonight. Carol says, loving the live stream. Big shout out to the Land Army gang in Neville Bonfire Society. That's Neville Juvenile, who will be walking tonight, correct myself, with South Street, I think.
Ah.
And Erin, who is poorly and having to watch at home this year. Well, we hope you're able to enjoy it via our live stream.
Get well soon, Erin.
Steve says, hi and thank you for the bonfire live stream. My husband Andrew and I are watching from Wylam, is that, in Northumberland. Please say hi to my parents Pam and Martin and to all the rest of my family at home in Sussex. Thank you for that, Steve. It's great to have you with us. And finally in this round, Kieran Grounds says, can I say hello to Carl, Derek, Jasmine and John, who was at Lewes tonight, from Kieran, Sharon, Hayley and Michael. Oh, you mentioned the Crown. Well, the Page family used to run the Crown in the 70s and 80s, says Julia Day, who's tweeted us at Rocket FM Lewis. And she says, please say hello to my lovely partner Simon, who used to watch Bonfire from that top floor flat opposite you. Well, we're looking at it now.
Wow.
And Frugal Fashion says, currently watching Lewes Bonfire in Rocket FM. So there you go. Yes.
So it looks like we're just waiting for the rest of Waterloo Bonfire Society to arrive up School Hill to the War Memorial.
It's really great of you all to be sharing our YouTube link on Twitter and on Facebook, bringing us to a wider audience and building our numbers. It's really great to have everybody with us this evening. Thank you. So Darren Bishop tells us that a bonfire society has a bonfire, a carnival society has a fair and no bonfire, a bonfire and carnival society has both, by tradition. Thank you for that, Darren.
Thank you. Goodness, it's complicated, this bonfire business, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
You've got to get your terminology right. I've already made a little error or two this evening, for which I apologise profusely.
So that's the chimes of the bells in the Market Tower, which tell us that it's now 7 o'clock here on Rocket FM.
Goodness, have we been here for 2 hours already? Doesn't time fly when you're having fun?
This is our live stream of Lewes Bonfire Celebrations 2022. So during the pandemic in 2020 there were no celebrations, and then in 2021 we were back, but almost cautiously, but back with a vengeance this year, certainly.
That was a strange old 5th in 2020, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just? I mean, there have been a couple of other interregnums during the Second World War,
yes.
And also was it 1960 when Lewes was flooded, and it was flooded the day before Bonfire or something?
Yes, and then again in 2001?
2001?
I think it was delayed by
2000.
2000. It was delayed by a week by the floods that year. And of course, a lot of work has been done on flood defences since then. But from the deluge that we've had in the last week, it was looking a bit touch and go again for a while.
It does make you wonder if anything's going to burn tonight, but I dare say it will.
I think they'll find a way.
Yeah.
I think there's an element of determination.
There's an element of paraffin. And so Sean says, loving the feed. This is on Twitter. Sean messages us and says, watching from Seaford, celebrating Joe's birthday today. Please give a birthday shout out from Sean and Jude and from ourselves.
Oh,
so there you go.
Birthday
Happy
shout outs.
birthday, Joe. Lots of you are retweeting our pinned tweets to show the link to our YouTube channel, so please keep that going on Twitter, retweet it, so lots of people are joining you in watching these celebrations tonight, which are world famous.
And rightly so. I mean, there's nothing like this anywhere else in the world, is there?
No, unique.
Yeah.
Unique. Nigel Harris says, can we please give a shout out to Chiddingly Parish Bonfire Society, to the chairman of Chiddingly. He's broken his ankle and sadly can't be there this evening.
Sorry to hear that.
And Darren Shepherd is watching in Horsham with his gorgeous wife, Janine. That's his words, not mine. Well, Janine is a Louisian. And so he says, thank you for the live stream. You're very welcome, Darren. I hope you're really enjoying it there. Have you got it on the big telly, or is it on your computer or on your phone? There are many ways to enjoy our coverage.
Indeed.
You know that you can get an app on, if you've got a smart TV, obviously you can have the YouTube app, which means you can watch us on the telly, which is quite impressive.
Fantastic. And it really is an absolute pleasure to be bringing Bonfire to you. I feel incredibly lucky to live where I do, and it's a real joy to be able to share this with people all over the world. And as we said before, I hope and I think that there may be people watching who didn't previously know about Lewes Bonfire, have only maybe recently heard about it, heard about the live stream, and are seeing it for the first time. So I really hope you're enjoying it.
We're bringing you pictures now of Waterloo Bonfire Society's act of remembrance at the War Memorial.
Oh, and it's just got significantly warmer with all that lovely fire outside.
The burning crosses are commemorating the 17 Protestant martyrs who were burnt at the stake here in Lewes during the Marian persecutions. And we're seeing some of the first pioneers from Waterloo going past.
The Mongolian Empire. Fabulous.
And you'll hear music from some remarkable bands this evening. Many of the societies have bands marching with them, processing with them, walking with them.
Trundling along with them.
And the captain of bands for Waterloo, who've put the musical arrangements together tonight, are Christine Holmes and Sue Bristow for Waterloo Bonfire.
The crowds in Market Street now stretching almost back to the Market Tower. It's a busy one.
screens there the new banner, God Save the King. After a moment of quiet reflection for the late Queen Elizabeth, Waterloo Bonfire display their new banner.
Now, the Archbishop of Waterloo looks as though he's about to speak, and of course he made a very, very moving speech last year, didn't he? Do you remember?
We're going to try and move the camera around so that we can focus now on... We think we're going to have a speech.
Perhaps not.
The day thou gavest, Lord, is ended.
outnumbered. The British made steady progress, overcoming Argentine forces across the islands until they had advanced for 50 miles to the island capital. After a final push, the Argentine forces finally surrendered on the 14th of June, and the Union flag was raised again over the Falklands. Fighting a war at such great distance from home was an enormously difficult task, but the ingenuity, tenacity and sheer bravery of our forces overcame the difficulties of the British rule. In the battle to retake the Falklands, 255 British service personnel and 3 Falkland Islanders were to pay the ultimate sacrifice to ensure that this remote group of islands continue to remain part of Britain. They shall tread not on as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Waterloo Bonfire reminding us that this is the 40th anniversary of the Falklands conflict, and they're commemorating that with their act of remembrance tonight. As the last post plays, and we have a minute's silence. We think that was the voice of the Lord Bishop of Waterloo, Michael Farley.
Lord Bishop.
I have it in print here.
I see I made another mistake. My apologies. He's a very good speaker.
It's the 417th anniversary of the Gunpowder Plot and the 334th anniversary of the landing of William, Prince of Orange.
I don't quite know what to say about that. Did you just retrieve that from the depths of your memory?
And the illuminated set pieces are ignited. The poppies light before us, and we are bathed in the red glow of Waterloo Bonfire Society's act of remembrance.
Again, the smoke thickens, almost obscuring the memorial from view. It does look so beautiful wreathed in smoke like that, doesn't it?
The crowd's certainly enjoying that. Well, Waterloo, you wanted to get that absolutely perfect, and you waited until you were in a position to deliver that, and what an amazing and memorable act of remembrance that was. Thank you.
That went down so well with the crowd as well. We really hope that you can feel a bit of the atmosphere through your screens.
We've been inundated with messages from you all on our Facebook and on our Twitter and also on our live stream. So thank you so much for all of those, and the DMs and the messengers. And we're trying to bring you as many as we can. I'm sorry if we can't get to all of them. We're sort of juggling those with what's going on in front of us. But it's really great to have your support tonight and to have you with us to share this world-class event. Currently there are over 3,000 of you watching around the world on Rocket FM's YouTube channel.
And if you just tuned in, we're Helen Browning-Smith and
it's Dino Bishop here from Rocket FM. We've been doing it, well, it feels like for ages. How long? Rocket's been on for about 20, how many years now? Something like 20 years. And you and I have been doing this for what?
Since 2015.
Goodness me.
I know. We had a year off in 2020. But never gets old, does it? It's still so much fun.
And different each year, I think, because there are different elements that are brought in each year. We're commemorating different aspects. I mean, this year we have the Queen's passing, and also the 40 years of the Falklands conflict. So we're now looking at what's next, what's coming before our screens now. Guy Fawkes is being brought before us, so there's an outpouring of cries of burn him. Guy Fawkes. Second pioneers of Lewes Borough Bonfire Society, the Tudors, are walking past our camera. More Waterloo smugglers. We're adding a bit of Star Wars into the mix. Waterloo really has grown as a society since it reformed in 1954. And we can see the huge ranks of smugglers in their red and white hooped Guernseys. I stand corrected, that wasn't Star Wars earlier, of course, that was Superman. Thank you for that. And I think this is Crowbrother we're seeing before us now.
Mayfield.
Hailsham passing in front of our camera now.
Hailsham!
If I couldn't read the sign, he's helpfully read it out to me. I don't think those police are part of the procession. Oh, there we are. Anna Pinder says she's watching the feed from Waikato in New Zealand. Lewis is her hometown and she misses it terribly, and she loves watching Bonfire Night live. Shout out to her lovely friends Em and Rachel and goddaughters Phoebe and Esme. Thank you. Well, you're very welcome, Anna. It's really great to have you enjoying the live stream with us.
Deal with something.
It was as if you'd never been aware. South Street have joined us now.
Ah, marvellous.
And so South Street have got Neville Juvenile Bonfire Society with them this evening. And it's now their turn to mark their territory at the... stake their claim to their territory. Mark their territory makes them sound like a cat.
I think it's actually stopped raining.
Well, anybody who's going to one of the fire sites this evening will be very glad about that.
I expect there are quite a few soggy Guernseys doing the rounds, though, which can't be very pleasant.
Do take care if you are going to one of the fire sites this evening. Things will be very slippery underfoot, so make sure you're wearing sturdy footwear.
Wellies ahoy.
Absolutely.
There's Steve Pilfold with that helpful interjection.
Roger, our producer, has just told me about a comment that he's seen on social media saying, Guy Fawkes, come back, your country needs you.
Well, yes and no.
Well, let's just not comment about that. Hey?
There are many who may agree with you.
I did find it amusing.
For some unknown reason, we've got Zoe here who wants to have a picture of us on selfie on our Facebook. Well, we'll try and sort that out at some point. And,
you don't know what you're letting yourself in for, Zoe.
Hugo Bowman says, can I have a shout out for Sarah Lewis, who had never missed a bonfire until tonight due to injury? Another one. Oh, yeah.
What is going on?
A big up to Waterloo, though. Yep, we're with you on that one. Sue Sadler says, please can you say hello to Kira Moss and Samuel Bateup, who are watching from home, and thank you from Nanny. Or thank you, Nanny Sue.
And Claire Smith says, thank you so much for the coverage, watching in Middleton-on-Sea and remembering wonderful memories of attending. And we also have Millie Bennett, who says, please can you send a shout out to my lovely mama and papa, Turk and Goose, please. Mama and papa, Turk and Goose. Intriguing.
And Leswick says, say congratulations to Andrew Ford on his 50th year supporting Lewis Bonfire as a member of the St John's. Enjoy your duty, Mum and family.
And thank you, Les.
Yeah, thank you very much to all the St John Ambulance volunteers who are helping out this evening at Bonfire and providing that really essential service that, well, we hope that none of us will need, but inevitably there will be some incidents this evening that require the help of the St John Ambulance, and we're very glad that they're here. And hello to the Larkins and the McCarthys, and that's from Gemma McCarthy.
Andy Honeywood says that he's loving the coverage. I'm Lewis born and bred but moved to Lincolnshire years ago. So many memories of the 5th in Lewis. My family's still in Lewis. And he also says a big shout out to all the emergency services working tonight. My dad, Ken Honeywood, worked on Lewis Ambulance for about 30 years and used to dread bonfire night as it was so busy. Well, I don't think it's as busy as it used to be. Now that the trains don't stop in Lewis on the 5th, it has become a lot more manageable. It did get a bit out of control, I think, didn't it? When we still used to have, maybe 80,000 people here, which the town just can't cope with. It's a narrow Anglo-Saxon, am I right? I'm so worried about getting my terminology wrong again. Narrow streets, and we just don't have the infrastructure to cope with all those visitors. So it feels a lot more comfortable these days.
And I think the societies would say as well, they do this for themselves. They would do this, there was nobody there watching, and it really is for the members themselves. So it's not a show that's put on for spectators. This is an act of remembrance they would do if there was nobody in the streets. So, if anything, large numbers in the crowds are a hindrance. So the societies have worked together to very much try and dissuade people from coming, and the local authorities are also, of that view. I mean, the days when we used to have hard barriers. I mean, there was a phase when they tried to make the sort of the security less sort of porous, I suppose, and firmer, and there's just no way of containing that number of people.
No, we have a lighter touch these days, don't we?
So let's see what we've got coming up now. So another wreath laying at the memorial. And so this is South Street now. As the last post plays. as Reveille sounds. So now fireworks set-piece banners will be discharged around the memorial by South Street, and the society ranks will then move with musical accompaniment they'll process up the High Street onto St Anne's Hill, and there they will turn and retorch.
Oh, we have a piper. Spectacular. Those pipers are giving South Street's Act of Remembrance a really quite a different flavour this year, aren't they?
South Street was formed in 1913 as a society for the children of members of the Cliff. However, both Cliff and South Street now accept members of all ages. And South Street's jumpers Guernseys, are brown and cream, and their pioneers are the colonial period and the English Civil War.
And we just saw their tableau of what looks like Tutankhamun go past. Did your ears survive that, dear listener?
I thought we'd give it a pause while we let that play out. We've got a nice compliment here from Zoe. This is for Steve Pilfold, who says, "Snazzy vision mixing, get you." Yeah, well done, Steve. Lara Allen says, "Can I have a shout out to my partner Dan and his lovely daughter Sophia, who are watching in Bournemouth this evening?"
Welcome, Dan and Sophia. Caroline Moss Gibbons says, "Congratulations, Rocketeers. A fantastic night's entertainment and commentary. All made even better with the variety of webcams to watch it live. Loved every minute." Oh, thank you. And she also says, "Great show, Dino," and then in brackets, "and Ruth."
You need to say your name a bit more then.
My name is Helen. Ruth used to present the breakfast show with Dino in years gone by, but these days you're stuck with me, I'm afraid.
Could there be a person left on the planet who doesn't know that Helen Smith presents the Rocket FM bonfire coverage? Charlie Giles says, hi there, will you be showing fireworks as well? Well, therein lies a bit of a difficulty, Charlie. What we're hoping is that some of our Rocketeers will be out to film some footage and put some little packages together later in the evening. We hope some of those will include footage from the fire sites and some of the displays, as well as the blowing up of the effigies of the Pope and Guy Fawkes. But we'll try our best, is what we will say. There'll certainly be something on our Facebook page. So if you go to facebook.com/RocketFMLewis, we're going to put some live video there later in the evening. Not sure if we can bring it to our live stream this evening on YouTube, but do check out our Facebook later.
Rocket FM!
Take a bow.
Thank you so much, man from South Street.
That was a bit meta, wasn't it? I'm blushing.
Me too. Well, I wasn't expecting that. People will think we planted him.
Well, that's what they think about that.
Yes.
He's paid.
Competition for mixed signs on Facebook for bigging us up.
That was Steve Pilfold making a little contribution. And Elizabeth Fender says, a shout out to the Potter family from Lewis, please, Elizabeth and Jacqueline. We have moved all out. We have all moved out of Lewis, but we'll be at Bonfire next year. Family reunion.
Great place.
Here's to
do
Bonfire 2023, huh?
Goodness, let's get this one out of the way first.
Yeah. Well, Phoebe Jackson wants a weather report. I can tell you that it's not raining here in the centre of town at the moment. Des Martin wants us to give a shout out to Eastbourne Bonfire Society, and he hopes that they have a safe evening but that they have fun. And please say hi to East Grinstead Community Bonfire. Hope you are in Lewis next year. From Des. Thank you, Des.
So do we. Tracy Williams says, can you say a big hello to George and Tracy watching in Andover? George lost his wife Pat, Tracy's mum, on the 25th of October, and they're sharing fond memories of living in Lewis. All my love, Mark. Oh, and our thoughts are with you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, keep your messages coming in. It's really lovely to hear from you. Tell us how you're watching us this evening. Are you on the big telly? Are you got us on the phone? Or maybe you're out and about in the streets and you've got our stereo feed in your ears. Let us know. You can tweet us at Rocket FM Lewis, or message us on our Facebook page at Rocket FM Lewis, or of course leave a message in the chat on our live stream. Really great to have you with us this evening for Bonfire 2022. Tracy M is loving the coverage, she says. Please can you give a shout out to her daughter Harriet, and she'll be watching it and it would make her evening. We're about to make Harriet's evening. Hello, glad to have you with us. Also Sarah Carpin says, please give a shout out to James and Ben Carpin from Lewis who are watching you. This is the most exotic location ever, Seychelles.
Oh my god, wow.
Karen B wants us to give a shout out to Derek Harrod, who is enjoying many happy years of marching through Lewes as a drummer, or he has done, and he's watching from Wiltshire. And Marie says a shout out to John and Evelyn Plummer, who used to march every year with Commercial Square. Hold 'em up, Commercial! But unfortunately are now unable to, so we are loving the live stream and party atmosphere. Up, Commercial!
Yay!
Oh, really great. Thank you, Marie. Now here's a technical question for Mr. Pilfold when he's back in the room, which is from Canmu, which says, can we move the zoom back? Can we back the zoom out when everyone walks by? Well, that might mean moving your flat a few feet away from the high street.
Yeah,
I'm not sure we can
I
manage
don't think
that,
we've got the technology for that one.
but we might flip it around.
We'll see what we can do.
So now the torches are being handed out for Neville Juvenile Bonfire Society, and they're processing with South Street tonight. This is the Young Society who have their bonfire the week before, the Saturday before Lewes Bonfire, if that makes sense.
2 weeks before in this case,
Indeed.
but it doesn't always work out like that.
And Neville were founded in 1967 specifically for children, and Neville's remained a juvenile society ever since and represents the Neville Estate in the west of the town. And their headquarters is St Mary's Social Centre, and they hold their celebrations a week or two before, as we said. And their pioneers are the Valencians, the medieval and the British military from 1900 to 1950, and their jumpers are of course green and white. We're getting the thumbs up from the boss, Roger Stamp gives us the big thumbs up. Hello again to Sue and the Stamp family listening in Mount Pleasant. Much beer has been consumed.
By whom?
Generally.
Yeah.
And Lisa Fenaroli says, please give a shout out to Judith Learmount Brooks. She is missing for this. She's missing this for the first time since 2006, but enjoying with us in Hampton Court with wine and sparklers.
Sounds lovely.
Oh, you have to live, don't you? I'm seeing more brown and cream Guernseys, so this is South Street now bringing up the rear of Neville Juvenile. And the shouting man himself, John Borthwick, is now here representing the Cliff Bonfire.
Our esteemed town crier.
And he is the town crier of Lewes, indeed.
Indeed, yes. And also of somewhere else. Is it Peacehaven? We share him.
You may well be right. So this is our sign then that the Cliff Bonfire are now coming up for their act of remembrance.
Are we going to say it yet? Do you know?
Here they come, the
mighty Cliff.
So tonight we'll be seeing the three large blazing hogsheads drawn by the captain of tar barrels. That's a little bit later in the grand procession for the Cliff. One of the highlights for you down in the Cliff if you're down there watching this evening. Their pioneers are of course the fearsome Vikings, which was the costume that John Borthwick was wearing. And the second pioneers are of course the French revolutionaries for the Cliff, and the Moors and the Saracens. You'll also see the ye old Cliff Bonfire, Cliff Fire Brigade this evening.
Oh yes. We're going to have some cavaliers and roundheads and some medieval ladies and knights. And also Scots dress and Highland clansmen. Wow, loads of different costumes.
And there'll be no doubt plenty of smugglers to boot. The traditional black and white hooped Guernseys of the Cliff Bonfire will be very much in evidence this evening, as Cliff now mark their act of remembrance at the memorial this evening. It's 12 minutes to 8 o'clock here on Rocket FM, and you're watching our live stream of Lewes Bonfire.
And we are Helen Browning-Smith and
Dino Bishop. Never let it be forgotten. So the Cliff were founded in 1853, traditionally representing the Cliff and the Lansdowne areas of Lewes, centred around Cliff High Street, but recently they've also claimed the South Malling suburb with the addition of the Malling Bonfire Society. And they're pioneers of the Vikings and the French Revolutionaries, as we've mentioned, but their headquarters is the Dorset Arms, and the local church is St Thomas à Becket. They're currently the only society to march under a no popery banner and to continue in the tradition of burning, well, more accurately to explode with fireworks, an effigy of Pope Paul V at Bonfire. So not the current Pope, not the Pope,
No.
but a historic figure.
a Pope. Very important difference, and much misunderstood, I think, by outsiders.
Well, yes, I mean, when you see on Badge Night the banners are hung in the Cliff, and we see the no popery banner strung across the main shopping precinct in the town, and that does raise eyebrows, raises concerns, and of course it's all part of the tradition of Bonfire. And of course what we're marking here is, you know, the Marian persecutions, and you know, that's all part of our history. So it's a mark of that. This is a really nice message from Roberta Taylor on Twitter, who's tweeted us to say, fantastic coverage tonight, thank you. We are from Lewes originally, both born, lived and married there, but moved to Northants in 1976. Spent so many happy years watching the bonfire processions in town, then going on to the bonfire. Oh, it's really great to have you with us, Roberta. Thank you for your very nice message, that's great. Somebody watching in Spain, this is Luis, who says he's watching Lewes Bonfire live on YouTube from Spain with his English wife and homesick wife, that is Harriet, loving the live stream. Thanks, Rocket FM. You're very welcome.
And Cherie Morrissey is watching from Iowa in the US. She says she visited England where my great-grandfather lived last April. I find this all fascinating to watch. Thanks for covering it. It's a pleasure, Cherie, and thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, help us spread the word. Do retweet our pinned tweet with the link to our live stream. Let's see if we can nudge our audience up for this evening's coverage, and it'll certainly be there for, well, we'll see for how long, but on our YouTube, if you want to revisit our stream tonight and watch it back, share the link and let others see it. Last year's coverage has so far been seen by something like 32,000 people.
And about 2,000 of those have been in the last week or so. So people are obviously have been getting excited about Bonfire.
We're getting people in the mood for it. Well, while the Cliff get themselves into position, we can say hello to Andrew Wickham, who says, Andrew from the Dorset, a Lewes expat, loving the feed and wishing I was there. Must go next year. So instead of providing a service where we dissuade people from coming because they can watch it on their big screen, we're actually now making people wish that they want to come next year.
I think it may have backfired.
So we're now seeing the set pieces, which are the illuminated set pieces, the poppies, and the Martyrs Memorial, which is being wheeled up School Hill now and being positioned, along with a note of the dates there, 1555 to 1557, commemorating those 17 Protestant martyrs who were burnt at the stake here in Lewes in those years as part of the Marian persecutions. It's an excellent Cliff Bonfire programme this year, with an introduction by the president of their society, Jim Etheridge, and Jim Etherington, and it's got some really interesting insights into the history of Cliff's activities, bonfire activities. It's really worth picking up a programme for each of the societies in advance of November the 5th each year.
Yeah, having them all really gives you the sort of full picture of what's going on.
And that helps the society, it helps funds the society's activities as well.
And so much work goes into them, and there's always some really quite beautiful photography in all the individual programmes.
What I found particularly touching about the Cliff programme this year were the obituaries to members of the society who have passed over the last year. And it's been interesting to read those tributes and to read about how those members have contributed to their society in their lives. Really very interesting. So what are we going to see now? Well, this is Cliff's act of remembrance. And they always manage to do something interesting and different. So let's see what they do with it this year.
They tend to be quite theatrical, don't they? And of course the crowds absolutely love it.
And as Cliff is such a large society, it takes quite a while for their members to get into position. They like to make sure they've got it set exactly right before they begin. And we can just see that now the fuse is lit to light those illuminated set pieces to discharge them, and the poppies will be set alight. Now, was it last year or the year before that we had a spectacular sort of cannon of poppy leaves?
Poppy leaves. I think they've done that for a couple of years now.
Was it not actually for the end of the centenary of the First World War, end of the First World War?
Perhaps it was.
So it would have been last year?
Yes, yeah. I was cleaning up little bits of red paper from my sitting room for months after that. Again, we're bathed in the pink light of the poppies as the smoke obscures the war memorial.
Lest we forget, passes our screens, you probably can't see them in amongst the smoke as we hear "Oh God, Our Help in Ages Past."
They are again the poppies, poppy petals, exquisite.
You're just seeing those fluttering in front of our... And
Hello.
we do apologise for that interruption to our live stream this evening. Yes, a slight technical difficulty with our streaming, so I do apologise for that. But we're back with you. You're watching our live stream from Rocket FM of the Lewes Bonfire celebrations with me, Dino Bishop,
And me, Helen Browning-Smith. So in the last few minutes, while we've been off air, you haven't missed an awful lot, I have to say. Cliff are still milling around at the War Memorial, enjoying their time in the spotlight, but not particularly getting up to much, just enjoying hanging around. So, yeah, I can assure you haven't missed anything.
So we had frantic messages while we were away from many of you saying, "Oh, but my friends and family are in the cliff and we want to see them on the camera." Well, hopefully they're still here, so you'll manage to catch them. Massive thank you to Steve and Mark and Eugene and Roger, who've just been frantically trying to plug things and back in and unplug things and got us back on the air. So that's fantastic.
Yes, well done, guys.
It was our pleasure.
You can tell it's a live broadcast. These
yeah.
things happen.
So I can see members of the cliff in front of me. Vicky Funnell is there at the memorial, and Dizzy is there. Diz Freeman is there, and Louise Hackett. I can see Andy Freeman.
Yep, I can see Claire Crouch up the road a little bit.
Lucy Freeman there. Oh, Lucy Newth. Beg your pardon. Andrew Wickham, cheeky, he's just tweeted 50p for the meter. Yes, thank you. We've put another coin in.
Times are hard.
Neville Bonfire say, can we have a shout out? Thanks for the coverage. Thank you to shout out to Rowan, who laid Neville Juvenile Bonfire Society's wreath. Well done, and well done, Rowan. That was great work. And thanks for all her hard work this year. Yep. Our pleasure to bring that to you. Yeah, Julie Woolgar on Twitter. I hope that we sorted that out for you now, and you can enjoy seeing your friends and family in the cliff on our live stream. Cliff are really staking their claim to this territory at the moment.
They're not going anywhere, are they?
If you're watching our live stream on your mobile phone, don't forget to press play again. I mean, obviously, if you haven't pressed play, then you wouldn't hear me saying that. But a little bit of technical advice.
And we can now see the cliff procession starting to move. We have one of their fearsome Vikings leading the way with his torches. I will never forget being a little girl at Bonfire, probably in about 1980, absolutely petrified of the Vikings and going home and crying all night and being completely inconsolable.
They're scary looking,
I thought
aren't they?
they were real. I was terrified.
Yeah, I mean, some of these costumes are just incredible, and they're homemade as well. I mean, these are people who work. They beat the leather and they shape the leather and the metal, and all these things are very, very carefully crafted.
And here come the 17 burning crosses.
Steve has prepared an amazing shot for us here with the burning crosses going from left to right across your screen.
Each one commemorating one of the Marian martyrs.
And now you're going to see some of the massed ranks of Cliff as they process across our screen. First, pioneers. They'll always be in England. Nulli Secundus reads the banner, and we have a profile cut out of the late Queen Elizabeth with the dates.
I believe this is the Heathfield Silver Band with Cliff tonight. And here come the clergy, who will be being pelted with bangers later on. Lucky them. Of course, they love every minute of it.
Max Beach says, thanks for the outstanding coverage. Please give a huge shout out to Jill and Penny, wrapped up in Guildford in front of the fire. Second year running and loving it. Love from Max & Co in Portugal.
You're welcome.
Yeah, great to hear from you, Max. Thank you. David Milligan is watching from Carrickfergus in Northern Ireland and wishes us all a great night.
Grenville asks, is Roger from the footy there? Well, Roger Felton from the Dripping Pan actually is with Waterloo, so you may have missed him, but you might see him in the United procession coming back.
We're seeing the Cliff firemen going past, fire brigade. The little building at the end of the cliff there, just past St Thomas of Becket Church, was the fire station, and so that's what that represents.
Ah, I see. Oh, I do apologise. This is Heathfield Silver Band. I got my bands mixed up. I'm not sure who the other one was.
The set piece reads, "For all who served." And Rob Banks says, just opposite the War Memorial, hope all is going well. Well, it certainly is, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
There's a great picture here from Emma Chaplin, which we're going to share with you on our Twitter feed right now, and it's of the stormtroopers where you least expect to see them at Bonfire in Lewes. This is a picture from up in Weston Road, which we're just tweeting out now, retweeting on our Twitter feed at Rocket FM Lewes.
Thanks, Emma.
Corelli Ensemble on Twitter says, best wishes to all those braving the elements for Lewes Bonfire tonight.
As always, lovely tributes at the War Memorial, and special thanks to Rocket FM Lewes for providing great coverage for those who can't be there. Have a great night, everyone. Absolutely. And still they come. It really is a huge society, isn't it, Cliff?
Now Tim Topham says, can you shout out to the Tophams, hooray to the Tophams, to make the kids happy, as we didn't manage to make it this year. Oh, never mind, maybe next year. Now we seem to have a number of people watching our live stream this evening who aren't well. And so it feels a bit like hospital radio, this. But anyway, Peter G. Howe says on our Facebook feed, Rocket, wonderful broadcast. Oh, thank you, Peter. Please say get well soon to my wife, Maureen, who is watching in bed following a fractured hip. Oh no, Maureen, what have you done? She can see this procession in West Street from her bedroom window.
Oh, get well soon, Maureen.
Now, if you're listening to our coverage on your big TV, or maybe you've got the speakers in your ears, and you're thinking, wow, it sounds amazing, it sounds like we're just there. Well, that's because we've got a professional sound engineer, retired, on the case, dangling microphones out of the window with lots of very, very big wires and bits of technical kit. And so we're broadcasting this evening in stereo audio, and it sounds fantastic, I am told.
All thanks to Mr. Roger Stamp. Legend.
But then Wendy Stoner comes along and bursts his bubble. She says, absolutely love this coverage, it's so local and quirky. Been to Lewes Bonfire a couple of times. Dino and Helen know anyone and everyone.
Dear.
Oh yeah. Judge someone by the company they keep.
Yes.
Info on all the different societies is always fascinating. Oh, well, that's kind.
Quirky and Lewis are words that often are used together, aren't they?
They are. They
Yes.
go together like, oh, there, and cheese. Joe Harding says, watching on YouTube. See, on the big TV,
Hey!
then you get the great sound.
Yeah.
This is very close to my heart and holds so many happy memories. Big shout out to Lewis, and hi to my mum, Jan Williamson, also watching.
Oh. Kim Bushell says that she's watching from Bristol. Her hometown is Lewes, and Bonfire was always her favourite night of the year, living at Cliff High Street. She's looking out for family marching with Cliff tonight.
Well, we've just seen Cliff very much in evidence here at the memorial, and they really took their moment to shine. And helpfully, now we've got a picture here of how someone is watching it. That looks to be an iPad that they've got set up. Is
Yes.
that a bar somewhere, or is that their kitchen? Oh, this is Kim Bushell, who's attached a picture. That's very helpful, Kim. Thank you. It's good to see where you're watching it, and that's in Bristol. Wow.
That,
See-
again, quite meta, seeing a picture of somebody watching what we're watching on their screen.
Watching us, watching them.
I'm not going to think about that too much, or my brain will explode.
If you're not on Twitter and you're not into that, but you just want to have a look at what people are saying, you can still view our Twitter feed and see some of the comments there. So if you go to twitter.com/Rocket FM Lewis, all one word, and you'll see some of the posts there. And it's quite interesting to see what other people are saying about us. And people are sharing their memories of Bonfire and their thoughts about Bonfire.
Nice.
And Amanda Jane says she's loving the coverage. She used to belong to Commercial Square back in the day, but she's watching from Seaford now, and that's the Nailers and the Hargies. And we've got about 2,500 people watching this at the moment.
Oh, great.
Marvellous.
Although I find it more relaxing if I think there's just sort of one person in Ringmer watching us.
It's just an intimate conversation. There just happen to be people listening in.
Well, it's just you and me, really,
Well, I
isn't it,
think
Dino? Yeah.
David Fox gets around. He's watching this in Bulgaria, you know, his hometown
Wow.
is Lewis. But poor Tanya Virgo, she's got flu, so she's at home in Hove watching our live stream.
Get well soon, Tanya.
No, here's a mystery. Watching from this is Bergie23, and Bergie23 is watching from his wife's boyfriend's closet. Oh, I see. That was a wind-up one. Right. Okay.
Well, that was appreciated by the crowd.
Now, I've got a bit of a big announcement coming up now.
Uh-oh.
And so, do pay attention to this. This is from Happy Bunny. If you know somebody whose handle is Happy Bunny, okay. So they say, please read the following as she's watching with me right now. Mikey says, Shannon, will you marry me?
Our first on-air rocket proposal.
So, Mikey, Shannon wants to marry you. And Shannon, Mikey wants to marry you. Well, we hope there are fireworks in the Happy Bunny household tonight of the good kind.
Absolutely. Please do let us know how it turns out.
That's fantastic. I'm sure she would have appreciated you going on one knee in front of the Eiffel Tower probably a lot more, but it's the thought
rather
that
than
goes.
us doing it for you, Mikey.
Tweeting a community radio station, but
We're honoured.
we're honoured. Well, that's fantastic. If that is legit, I think that's fantastic, and I hope the answer is yes. Let us know. Could it be?
I don't think so.
I only know inappropriate words to this, as anybody of my generation would. And we can see Debbie Matthews from South Street. She's holding the charity bucket there for South Street.
A rocket veteran, Debbie. She used to do the afternoon show, didn't she?
And put in a lot of work in organising the programme, the schedule.
Yes.
Getting all the presenters coordinated and working out who was going to be on when. Fantastic work. So we do seem to be running a bit behind, because if South Street are still here at the War Memorial, by this time, and we're now 27 minutes to 9 o'clock here on Rocket, they should be on their way down to the fireside.
Yes, traditionally South Street did their bonfire a little bit earlier, didn't they?
Well, that's right, because there's a large children's contingent, the family contingent, their fireside down at the railway land is usually one of the first to take place. So what South Street will be doing now is what they call the Society Magnificent Procession. Returning through the High Street, upon reaching the Law Court, a street tableau will be ignited, and then the Society will continue down the High Street, Library Corner, continuing through Cliff High Street to Cliff Corner, South Street, where it will then turn upon itself, and then back up to the Cliff High Street, left into the railway land. Are you with me so far? And then on to the fireside at the far end of the railway lane. for their amazing firework display. And we hope that everybody who's attending South Street's fireworks has an amazing night. And we're going to say hello to Annabelle, who's watching with Marcin. So there you go. So Marcin's just finished work and he has just switched on our coverage of Bonfire. So hello to you, Marcin, and to Annabelle in Glynde this evening, watching on YouTube. Also hello to boys Kalani and Eton. So the whole lot of you guys are watching together. And it's really lovely to have you with us. And enjoy the champagne.
Suffragettes doing fine work there on behalf of the sisterhood.
It's lovely to see your pictures of how you're watching us this evening. For example, Robert Ramsey has Facebooked us to show that he's watching with his cat, and the cat is very interested. This is in Ringmer, watching the TV. So we have Rocket Cats.
I used to work with a Robert Ramsey. I wonder if it's the same one.
Colin Norton is
knows?
watching in Fort Worth in Texas. Thanks very much for this coverage. It must be at least 40 years since I was last at the Lewes Bonfire celebrations. Well done. Thank you, Colin.
It's good to have you with us. Andy Honeywood, he's loving the coverage. I'm Lewes born and bred, but moved to Lincolnshire years ago, so many memories of the 5th in Lewes. Great. And Leslie Boniface has been back in touch again, saying keep up the great work both. Thank you, Leslie. Former Mayor of Newhaven, don't you know?
Indeed.
Yes.
Just a demonstration there that the music doesn't just comprise of hymns and marching and marches. We've got
And Sussex by the Sea.
Sussex by the Sea. Endless variety of music this evening. One of the highlights is going to be the Waldstadt Fege Band, who are going to be with Commercial Square tonight, and they've come all the way from Lewis's twin town in Waldshut-Tingen to be with us this evening. So it's really great to have them as guests of Commercial Square.
Right, so Waterloo are just about to appear again now, so I'm guessing this is the Grand United Procession.
Could it be? Well, if it's so, it is a little bit early. Is it? Nobody told me.
Oh.
Well, it's 20 to 9. 22.
South Street have just been passed. Yes. And now Waterloo are coming. Well. So, very soon we'll get to see some of these tableaux.
And speaking of tableau, do we know what the Tutankhamun effigy was?
That was South Street's.
Yes.
Yes. They often do something a bit different from the other societies, don't they? Not so much an enemy of Bonfire as just something rather lovely to look at.
Yeah. Well, it was great.
Yes.
I asked because we were asked that very question by Rob Banks.
Ah.
So we're now coming into what is probably the highlight of this evening's coverage, when we see all of the societies go one by one past us with a real sort of celebratory tone. This is where the raucousness comes out. We've been through the sort of the remembrance aspect of the proceedings. And now things liven up a bit.
Yes, this is the point in the evening where things tend to get a little bit more raucous. All the serious business has been concluded, and now they can really let their hair down. Got a very dejected looking Guy Fawkes in front of us. What should we do with him, Dino?
Burn him!
Hey!
He doesn't look very happy, does he?
No.
Sue Cox says, Sue and Dave here and enjoying watching from Canterbury on YouTube. Thank you. Oh, thank you for watching. That was just to the right of what you're watching on our screens now, so some firecrackers going off. Now, if you ask a question when you've got a microphone in your hand, there are people listening who can come back and give you an answer. Tutankhamun's tomb was discovered 100 years ago yesterday.
Well, thank you, Jem Richardson. Thank you very much. Thank goodness our viewers are better informed than us. Oh, here comes Liz. And soaring up.
So this is Liz Truss soaring up the there's a coffin covered in the Union Jack, and it reads, "No U-turns, I'm a fighter, not a quitter." And the boos that we heard there were extraordinary, and that's Waterloo's tableau.
The crowd really making their views known.
So that was a popular choice by Waterloo Bonfire, a tableau of Liz Truss soaring up a coffin with a Union Jack on it of Britain.
I think, Dino, it can be said from that reaction from the crowd that within Lewes, within the crowd tonight, Liz Truss has not been the most popular of Prime Ministers that we've had in this country.
Well, that's unfair, Steve, because you only had 47 days to demonstrate.
Of which 10 were in mourning for the Queen.
Now, we don't do politics on Rocket FM, do we? So let's just draw a line.
On the one hand, on the other hand, I think is how we get around that. Some would argue that she went out with a blaze of glory. That she Q numerous. Tell us what you think about that choice on Waterloo in the live feed there, in the comments in the chat.
I must say, whatever your thoughts on it, it was beautifully executed.
Fantastic
really,
job.
Really fabulous.
Well done, Waterloo. You've set the benchmark high now, so let's see what the other societies have got to bring to the table.
In fact, I met one of the society members who made that in the nail bar the other day. I was having my nails done. And there was a woman sitting next to me talking about building the tab for Waterloo. She was very discreet. She didn't say anything. She refused to give me any detail. It all happens up there, you know.
Oh dear, I'm trying to catch up with all the comments that are coming now. So apparently, Liz Truss was very much a very popular choice, and so we now have Burn the Liz.
Oh dear.
I see so many of these that I can't read out, but they're there for you to read. JG is watching in Market Street with the
Ooh.
YouTube going, and that's just across the way from us, and he says he's finding it hard to breathe in all the smoke.
dear.
Blimey, JG. And RB is, Mike Hock is watching from Scotland, and we have no fireworks up here. Can I please get a shout out for my lonely night, to make my lonely night a bit better? Oh, right.
Oh,
Okay.
oops. Let's not dwell.
I'm glad that I have BBC Diction and I enunciated that without rubbing it in together. Well, Ben Williams is watching from Kettering in Northampton. Gets a shout out from us. What's this?
Well, it's nice and warm in our studio at the moment.
Waterloo have decided to leave the burning torches underneath our studio. So now our eyes are streaming and we can't speak. So we want to know the answer to this proposal. Do we know?
Yes, come on, Happy Bunny.
It's probably there in amongst the endless stream of comments. I'll have to scroll through at my leisure. I will take my time to read these later. Not necessarily out loud.
Very wise.
Phil Collins is watching, probably not that Phil Collins, but he's in, Phil Collis, beg your pardon, in New York, wishing he was with us.
Oh.
And Marshmallow Orca says Shannon said yes to the proposal.
Yay! Congratulations!
That's
All my guests are celebrating as well.
well done you. We're having a drink in your honour in a bit.
Maybe they could pop in next year and, tell us how it's going.
Are you still a black or what? Now, speaking of weddings, Jack and Gemma, I beg your pardon, are watching from Devon, and it's their anniversary, so they're enjoying a glass of wine and a roast with rich, meaty gravy.
Ooh, sounds nice.
Meanwhile, we are freezing with
Yes.
the window open, watching a Commercial Square go past us now. So this is Commercial Square Bonfire Society and the Native American Indians.
And I hate to tell you, Dino, but all the sausages have been eaten.
The veggie sausages have gone.
All of them.
Oh,
Still plenty of cake.
yes. Let them eat cake. As the strains of Sussex by the Sea and Commercial are taking a moment then to take a few pictures by the War Memorial.
A few selfies.
And their banner, no doubt, we're handing that was, let's see if we can take a look at that. We've got the totem pole.
It's a bit too oblique for us, isn't it?
Has Peter Messer had a hand in that?
Ah.
those I see before me?
I think they are. I see a woggle.
We see some burnt crosses. Cries to burn him.
Good evening, Helen!
Hey!
Right, give us your money!
Give him your money, guys, if you're listening.
It's only in Lewes that the Great Escape and the Valstadt Band can appear in the same procession, isn't it, really?
Yes. Now, that gentleman who just bid me good evening, he was going to be your stand-in, Dino, if you didn't make it back.
Well, he's certainly got a fine set of lungs on him, then I could hear him from here.
He could certainly do the talking bit, that's for sure. Oh, here comes another Liz,
And it's
leaning
Liz
out of
Truss.
the Houses of Parliament.
So those boos that you can hear are for Commercial Square's tableau, which is the Houses of Parliament with Liz Truss peering through the front.
And there's some bunting, but we can't actually read what it says from here. Maybe one of our viewers could enlighten us.
Yeah, if you caught a better view of that than us, then do put a message in the chat or tweet us at Rocket FM Lewis. And
There's also some text on the back on the Elizabeth Tower, which I can't see from. I can't read from here.
there's so much detail in that. It's a fantastic
Yeah.
piece of work. So well done,
It's
commercial.
amazing.
There's so much to look at. So many little pieces.
Big Ben is telling the time 4:05. I wonder if that's significant in any way. Who knows?
And you can bet that with the Sunday papers tomorrow, there will be certainly one of the papers at least will carry a picture of one of the Liz Truss tableau. Usually that's a front page picture, and you can bet that that will feature.
Yes.
Keep an eye on the newsstands tomorrow.
Dead cert. And of course, unfortunately, from here, although it's a great vantage point, we don't actually get to see Cliff's tableau or Southovers because they take a different route at this point in the evening. So we'll look forward to seeing pictures of those tomorrow.
Hello to Maria Martin. I love you, says Des Martin. That's nice.
We love you too, Des.
So Tim Thomas has shared a screenshot from our stream of the Liz Truss effigy tableau, which is great.
Lovely, thanks Tim.
If you're tweeting about Bonfire tonight, do use the hashtag LewisBonfire and tag us in, Rocket FM Lewis. Okay, Helen, we've got an answer to your question about whether the time on Big Ben with the Commercial Square tableau is significant. So, the clock is set at 4:05. Read that in 24-hour clock.
1405.
No.
Oh, sorry, 1605.
16:05.
Okay, I get it. Genius, absolutely genius.
I shouldn't have done that.
And
to
I'm
you
sorry
live
I'm
on
so
air,
thick. It's been a long evening.
Actually, we should have posed that to the viewers and asked them if they got it. So if you didn't hear that over the bands, why was the clock on the Commercial Square tableau set at 16:05? Answers on a post. So more on the tabs then. So Lewis Bonfire, we think, we're not sure which society this belongs to, but Zelensky dressed as Rambo defeating Putin the pig. Salute to the man who leads his nation in a brave stance against oppressive and invasion. Which society is it?
I think it's Borough.
Big shout out to the Sumners who are watching from Seaford. That's from Dig Chris. The Merton Sewage Party is saying Rocket FM is on fire tonight. Thanks very much. Liz Fawkes, can we get that trending as a hashtag? Liz Fawkes.
Liz Fawkes.
Liz
Love
Fawkes,
it.
great. Simon. Oh, the Vulture Fager Band are coming now.
Yay!
All the way from Lewis's twin town in Waldshüttingen in Germany, the Vulture Fager Band, guests of Commercial Square Bonfire Society.
They are so fabulous.
These boys and girls really know how to party. They were up late when they arrived and they were up early the next morning.
There may have been a little spontaneous outbreak of dancing in the Rocket studio just then.
They were dancing in the street after their performance at the town hall last night as well for badge night. Great stuff. Simon George says he's watching in Eastbourne with his mum Sylvia Hall, who I will remember. Indeed I do. Sylvia's watching in Eastbourne. That's great. She was speaking today with Cornelia Benedicts, a frequent visitor to Bonfire from Germany, who celebrates her birthday on the 5th. Well, that's great to hear, and much love and good work. Well, thank you, Simon. That's really great to hear from you, and very best wishes to Sylvia. And great to hear about Cornelia. Amy Burt's got the right idea. She's watching from the sofa in the drum. That's Amy and Nathan. Thank you for that.
Well, as you can hear, it's really all going off now, and there's a distinct air of exuberance and mild anarchy, I would say.
Can anarchy be mild? I suppose it can. Mark Greco is watching in Salisbury and sends us greetings, and he's feeling very nostalgic for his time living in Lewes and being part of such a brilliant and creative community. Thanks so much for the fab coverage, he says. Viva Lewes! Thank you, Mark. And yeah, that's a really lovely thing to say. It is very much a creative and vibrant community.
And Mark is an artist, he would know.
And so Borough Bonfire will be joining us next. We have it on good authority. Commercial just on their way out. Dino Colin, who was made a life member yesterday at Commercial Square's badge night.
A great honour.
You'll like this. Ellen Walsh says, just amazing, watching from Ringmer. So much better than Strictly. That's Ellen and Phil.
I don't think she'd have said that had she seen me dancing to the Volkswagen band just then.
So as Commercial went down School Hill, the police then followed them down to keep the crowd back, so to keep a bit of distance between the procession and the crowd. And so now they're allowing members of the public to spill into the street, because every so often they have to sort of relieve the pressure on the crowds who are there. And someone probably needs to tell that guy to get his feet off the war memorial as he's standing on it.
Yes, it gets very congested up by the White Hart and the Law Courts, doesn't it? So I suppose the pressure does need to be released from a little bit further up the road.
And so now this allows people then to move around and get into a different position for the rest of the procession. Melody Porter has sent us a picture of her telly. Very big television, Melody. She's watching in Cooksbridge, and she says it's a great service we are providing. Well, there we go. We aim to please.
We try. We try.
We do. It's just for you, Melody. You know. Margot's watching in Tasman, New Zealand.
Ooh, I think she's our furthest flung person.
Could be.
We've had Thailand, we've had the Seychelles, New Zealand. I mean, if anyone is in outer space, we would love to hear from you.
Closer to home, Sophie Delphin Nazari is watching with Bella the Cocker Spaniel in Ditchling.
Oh, hi Bella. Kirsty Lander, who I went to school with. She's one of my oldest friends. She says the sound is great. Great job as always, Helen, Dino and all involved. Much love from the Landers. Thank you, Kirsty and John and Irene. I mean, I know you're totally biased, but it's lovely anyway. Thank you. Jenny Hartland says, we're from Lewes, but not there this year. We're watching from the sofa with our newborn 3-day-old baby, Solly. Oh, congratulations, Solly, Jenny and Mike. That's lovely.
Great to have a bonfire baby.
Yay! Arthur Wright is watching again from Port Orchard, USA. And Sue and Dave watching from Canterbury. We've got somebody from Nottinghamshire.
All over
the place. And you're all very welcome. Right, looks like Borough are coming through next, so we'll get to see their tab soon.
Now, Julie Banks says, please can we have a shout out to Max, Julie and John, who are watching in West Sussex this evening. We used to bake cakes and toffee for the ambulance crew when we lived in the Cliff. Thanks for the amazing coverage, Rocket FM. Oh, thank you, Julie. That's really kind. And that's good work on the baking.
Yeah.
Fiona Tasker says, really enjoying your coverage up in South Tyneside. Really enjoying the atmosphere and the knowledge of the commentators. Well, I don't know where you're listening to. That's Borough, and I think the crowd enjoyed that. So we've got to give a shout out to Aidan, and that's from Will Callahan, who's watching us on live stream from Eastbourne. He says, keep up the brilliant work. Thanks very much.
Jason Wilkins is watching on my TV from mid-Germany. Used to live in Lewes, but since I joined the army back in '88...
And right below us now, we've got Peter French, who's the Archbishop of Borough Bonfire Society.
Resplendent in his robes and mitre.
As Borough now come into our view.
A blazing skull. Gosh, we can almost feel those sparks. We have the blazing key.
And it will be shortly that we get to see the tableau for Borough. Let's see if we can tell you what that is.
I do love a trombone, don't you?
And a shout out to Jenny Phillips. This is from Ian Phillips, and Jenny is from Lewes but is watching in Dunbar in South East Scotland this evening.
Gosh, that's a long way to go.
And Andrew Helmsley is watching from an exotic location.
Oh, Barbados, how lovely. He used to live in Lewes years ago. Bit warmer here, he says. I don't doubt it. Although the heat from these torches is really lovely.
That's keeping us toasty this evening.
Yeah.
It's 9 minutes past 9 here on Rocket FM, and this is our live streaming of Lewes Bonfire celebrations. We're marking the 417th anniversary of the gunpowder plot, the discovery of the plot in 1605. Not that we bear a grudge.
Fireworks have started up over there already. I wonder if that's Waterloo getting underway.
As we mentioned earlier, it's the 334th anniversary of the landing of William, Prince of Wales. And we've also got to say hello to Chris and Jane Breeden, who are from Seaford. They're not on Twitter, but they heard the shout out we gave to Dig Chris earlier, and they wanted their own one. Well, you've got it.
Hey, there's Eugene Sully, another Rocket veteran.
Now, we asked for your pictures earlier of how you're watching Rocket this evening in our live stream, and so Lorna Hooper has sent us a picture of Benson watching with Jonathan in Eastbourne. Now, one of those is the cat and one of them is the hubby, but they're sitting on the sofa with the iPad, so thanks for the pic.
They both look extremely relaxed.
Stephanie is watching from Australia. Her hometown is Lewis, but she says this is her favourite night of the year.
It's ours too. Miss Minky is watching in Pompey with the Whippet and my son. Go Rocket FM, she says. And she sent us a picture of her TV, and we can just see that she's got her feet up on the sofa. Lovely fire in the background. It all looks very chilled indeed.
That looks really cosy. Enormous television.
Yeah.
It's got to be at least 50 inches. Expats from New Haven. This is Steve Robinson, and he's watching in Tennessee.
Wow.
Hosting our own bonfire party this evening.
Oh, good for you, Steve.
So, well, maybe we could. That's like an outfire that we can go to next year.
Yeah, sounds
we can
good.
all rock up to Tennessee and do it all there.
Wonderful. There are a few people in America do celebrate bonfire, don't they? That we hear from quite regularly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we've got somebody I haven't got a name for. No name necessary is their tag, but they're watching in Seattle, in Washington, and they love the commentary. Thanks for your dedication. Yeah, there we go. Missing Lewis and their dear friend Marlene, but this helps a bit.
Oh, sorry to hear that no name necessary, but glad you're enjoying the stream.
Brett Holt says, please a shout out to Burgess Hill Bonfire Society, to Grandad from Bonnie, watching at home in Burgess Hill.
Oh. I actually grew up in Burgess Hill, so I've got a bit of a soft spot for Burgess Hill Bonfire Society. Kieran says, shout out to my friend Kimberly Sayers, who is from Lewis but has moved up north and is having to watch it from YouTube this year and is really missing being there. Oh, sorry, Kimberly. Well, I hope you're enjoying the live stream in the absence of the real thing. So there seems to be a bit of a gap in the procession for now. Hopefully that means that the Borough tableau is on its way.
Kirsty says amazing coverage. That's Kirsty and Ian in Ringmer. Thank you. I see we're getting so many new followers on our Twitter account this evening, which is brilliant. We might even get it up to the 2,000 mark this evening.
Woo!
We've already got over 3,000 viewers who are watching our live stream on YouTube, so that's fantastic stuff.
Sounds like it's all going off outside the court and the White Hart at the moment, so hopefully that will filter down to us shortly.
This is amazing. As soon as I mention on our live stream to our 3,000 viewers that you know we'd like some more follows on our Twitter, what's happening? Lots and lots of new followers.
They are coming thick and
Brilliant
fast.
stuff.
Thank you so much,
You know, if we
everyone.
were doing this on OnlyFans, we could make a fortune.
Now.
Do we have another proposal in the air? Katie Howe. Katie Howe, are you watching our live stream? Because Joe Kinchit says, will you marry me?
Our second in the space of an evening. My goodness. Well, I suppose after the success of the first one, it must have inspired
Well, yes, maybe.
Joe Kinchit.
Love is in the air this evening, isn't
Indeed.
it? Clearly.
Yes.
Or either that or it's the alcohol.
Oh, Candy says, hello from Boise or Boise, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, Idaho, USA, and thank you for your coverage.
If you're watching on live stream, don't forget to hit the subscribe button, because that means that we'll be able to send you a notification when we put some new content up. So we're going to try and package up some little clips and some extra special stuff that Eugene and Steve have produced for us during the day and during the evening. And so we'll stick that up later on our YouTube, and so you know, subscribe and you'll get a notification. We'll also put some other videos up on our Facebook, so that's facebook.com/RocketFMLewis, and we might even bring some live stream stuff to our Facebook account a bit later this evening from the firesides, hopefully.
Malcolm Lowe says that he grew up in the UK loving bonfire night. It's unknown here in Jerusalem, of course, but Israelis have their own bonfire night. Wow. And unfortunately, the message just disappeared as I was about to read the... No, it's in May, and it's called Lag BaOmer. Wow. Interesting.
It's educational doing this, isn't it?
It really is. We're just getting a barrage of messages from people all over the world. Southern California, Russia. Dean Preccio tuned in from Russia. Another one from Northern Ireland. It's amazing. You're all really welcome. I'm really glad you've joined us.
And we've got to give now, this is well done, and a huge shout out for 14-year-old Alfie from Seaford Borough Bonfire Society, who is making his debut this evening, pulling the tab for Borough.
Hey, great. Let's look out for him. We'll see him soon.
Amazing work. Well done, Hugo. No, sorry, Huge. Alfie, rather. Sorry, I'm reading. I've got raindrops on my screen because of all the mist coming through the open window. So my screen is just... I've got little drops of water that are magnifying text in different ways. I haven't been drinking.
Shout out to Karen O'Neill from Christina in Canada. Katie Adams says, my boyfriend lives in Eastbourne and I'm in Southern California. We're watching together 5,500 miles away. I love you, Paul Rayner. Oh, that's so romantic. Thank you to everyone who's sending us messages. We can't read them all out because there are just so many of them, but we really do appreciate them. Yeah, and some of them are a little bit edgy.
We'll leave you to read those at your own leisure.
Yes.
Sydney, Australia is online, watching our live stream, enjoying breakfast and watching with my wife and dog. Of course, there's a different time zone. They're watching this at breakfast. There's something wrong about watching Bonfire at breakfast. Is that where does your day go from there?
Yeah, but there's something wrong about having Christmas in the middle of the summer as well, isn't there? I mean, or
Although
like
I wouldn't knock it right now, would you?
being in Eurovision Song Contest.
This is an Australia pylon. What's going on?
In fact, one of my guests that was here earlier is Australian, and I was hoping we'd have the opportunity to chat to her about how she finds this madness. Unfortunately, she's gone home.
Matthew Cornwall is watching in Madrid. He's a Sussex boy who says he's Sussex born and bred, strong in the arm, weak in the head. Well, there you go.
Speak for yourself.
Elbow Deep says Christmas in July, top bands.
We've got an update from Joe Kinchett.
Oh, go on. Yes.
Katie Howe said yes!
That's
Yay!
our second wedding proposal acceptance of the night.
Rocket FM bringing people together.
You know, this is therapy. This is like a service that people should, provide on the NHS. Oh, we've got people waving at us in the window, blowing us kisses. That's nice.
Who are they? Do we know them?
No, we've got them on the live screen. On the live stream. Very nice too.
I have to say, the procession seems to have gone. I don't know what's happened. Something must have happened further up the road. Perhaps Borough peeled off down Fisher Street or Station Street, maybe?
Well, it seems because there are a lot of members of the public in the street that perhaps we're sort of clearing them first and then allowing processions through.
Well, let's hope so.
Matt Holland says, let's all order some food to be delivered to Helen's flat.
Yes, please, because my guests have eaten all the sausages. Edwards 3 Carrots, great name, says, just moved out of Lewis, first time in years not watching in person. Thank you for the live stream. Watching in pyjamas and missing the smell of smoke.
Now, when I read that, I thought pyjamas was an exotic location somewhere, like Bahamas. I'm watching in pyjamas. It's somewhere south of Bahamas.
It's been a long night.
It has. Brilliant and surreal is Kate Collins' summary of this evening's proceedings. And Kate is the mammy, Tom is the daddy, Ramona is 8, and Elliot is 10, Angela is Nana, and Ken is Grampy, and Auntie Alice. That's the Collins family.
Loads of you.
Oh, brilliant to have you with us this evening. Hope you've had a great night. Some of these comments you will have to read yourselves, okay? I'm just saying.
Yeah, they're not all broadcastable.
But we can give a shout out to Mary and Don, who are braving YouTube streaming for the first time to watch this. We've got technical innovators, huh?
Congratulations, Mary and Don. I had a text from my mother earlier. She tried to YouTube for the first time as well, but she couldn't get the sound to work.
Actually,
Poor thing.
I can, yes, I sometimes have that problem.
Yes.
I realise I should press the little icon. Mm.
Yes, I suggested she call my brother for assistance.
And Sid Garden would like to add his congratulations to the 2 wedding proposals that we've had this evening. That's lovely.
Yeah. Sorry guys, some of these comments are just ridiculous.
Well, we'll settle for Steve McIntosh, who says the presenters are fantastic entertainment too.
Thank you, Steve.
There you go. Who needs fireworks?
We're doing our best.
So it's Statler and Waldorf, the 2 on the Muppets. What do you think of the show so far?
Well, it seems that the procession is over. We're not quite sure what happened to Borough's tableau, but it seems that everybody's making their way to the fire sites now. We just have a kind of a lot of people milling around outside now, so I think we're going to draw this year's coverage to an end fairly soon.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure having your company this evening for our live stream of Bonfire 2022 in Lewes. Don't forget that you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, and then you'll get a notification whenever we post our next video on YouTube. We'll try and package up some of the best bits from this evening for you and put them there on our YouTube channel. And don't forget to share this with your friends. Let everybody know what a great time you've had watching our live stream. Perhaps tweet about us or Facebook us. You can comment on some of our stuff on Facebook. We are at Rocket FM Lewes, and our Twitter handle is at Rocket FM Lewes too. That would be really great. Follow us on Twitter and on Facebook so that we got you for next year, because you can bet that we will be back this time next year when we present Lewes Bonfire 2023. So massive thanks to our team. That's Roger Stamp, to Eugene Sully, and to Steve Pilfold, to Andy Thomas, to Debbie Matthews, and have I missed anybody out? That's
I don't think so. And thank you so much for joining us. It's been a real privilege to bring this to you, and I think we'll sign off now. So I've been Helen Browning-Smith.
I have been Dino Bishop, and don't forget to join us next year on Rocket FM on our YouTube channel for Lewes Bonfire 2023.
Can't wait.
Until then, bye for now.
Bye.